Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Monday, March 4th. Starting in the earlier half of the day, which I can only really ever get my sleep schedule down to starting way too early or way too late. I can never really get around that noon time or early evening time that I probably should be targeting. Let's see, just again trying to make sure that Twitch is doing its thing and working, and I don't think I really need to be too concerned about Twitch. So far, this experiment of streaming both to YouTube and Twitch has resulted in 0 views in 3 streams on Twitch, and yeah, that is probably something that is going to just consistently require either no thought to ignore it, or it is going to require making some big changes and thinking about what big changes would actually work with Twitch and with me. Inherently, I always come from this approach on Twitch of it's just too demanding to even have a chance to get started on Twitch to be successful, because they really do have this desire that, or at least they seem to have this desire that you would spend 8 hours a day, 3 to 7 days a week streaming just to build up an audience. And it is a very, very different competition field, as it were, just because Twitch has definitely opened the floodgates for the hot tub streaming and meta streams of all kinds that are usually at least lewd in nature, and they definitely want face cam, which is not as required on YouTube, but it's still pretty much required on YouTube. So yeah, there's just never this feeling that I could actually get anywhere with Twitch, but I'm willing to give it a try. Speaking of willing to give it a try, here is a pack that has 37 days left, and they just announced a new pack. This Indomitable Pride has 3 days left. Let's see if we want to buy any packs here. Yeah, I could see buying at least 10 packs here. Let's see if we can get some of these super rares and ultra rares. I'm not gonna push it too far and get like 30 packs. All I want to see is like 1 ultra rare pack, and with that I think that is gonna be good enough, or at least reasonable enough for the amount of gems I can get in free to play versus having to actually pay. Yeah, certainly you could pay to win in this game, in the sense that you could get 3 copies of every card. You still then would probably have to pay a human outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel to explain what decks to build, or at the very least go online and have the most expensive decks that have been publicly published. I guess it depends on, do you want to win against the vast majority of people on Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, or do you want to be the #1 ranked player around the world? Because at that point you would probably have to pay people to build decks for you. So let's see how that filled that out. I mean, you could definitely push it, but I don't think I'm going to, because there's also this case where things pop up all at the same time. Let's see. 3 days left also for this select secret pack, which, yeah, we'll do 10 packs here too. Again, we're just looking for ultra rare. if we get at least one ultra rare. It may be the case that they've changed the orders of these packs so that the last pack is an ultra rare no matter what. Or if you have an ultra rare, the last pack is going to be the ultra rare pack. That's what they do in actual booster packs, is that the first few cards are going to be of the lowest rarity in mini booster packs. Magic the Gathering, for example. The first few cards in Magic are going to be land cards, and then several cards are going to be of low value, just extremely common cards, and then the last 2 or 3 cards at best in a booster pack for Magic are going to be the important valuable cards. So you'll see online, or when people open these packs, if they are aware of that system, they will immediately just flip over the first 3 cards and not even show them and look at them because they know they're just lands. Then they'll probably very quickly go through the regular cards of low value to get to the potentially high value cards. And a lot of times when I've seen these card pack opening videos, they try to overemphasize the value of the cards, which, yeah, maybe there's some cheating going on there, lying about what really is what's really happening. But see, the second I opened that secret pack, that then now unlocks the screw job. I mean, you really can't call it anything other than this, where Konami is trying to suck as much money out of you as possible by giving you limited time offers to open packs. You could take them up on it, but then that's just going to open up another limited time offer here. So that time it looked like we didn't have an ultra rare, but we actually did get one ultra rare. So I will still count that as getting an ultra rare. But as you can probably tell, I'm just clicking through these cards to show the audience, which I'm not sure the audience really cares. Like, what really gets me is, like, the last stream, somebody came on the chat and said hi, and yet the average view time for the last stream was like 30 seconds. So it definitely feels like, and this is something that really only content creators probably are going to eventually be able to relate to. It feels like there are just bots, or there are just people that straight up immediately go into the chat, immediately type hi, and then immediately leave in less than 30 seconds when the chat is not responded to, as if this was some kind of direct face-to-face conversation. Like, it definitely, you can't blame the audience to perhaps not know that that my YouTube videos are 30 seconds delayed, so I'm not going to respond to a message in any time shorter than 30 plus seconds. But yeah, it comes off, and this isn't, I'm not trying to say this is all people who watch YouTube videos or all people who watch my YouTube videos, but it does come off as the feeling that they feel like there really should be this more direct interaction, and that just isn't ever going to work for a YouTube content creator. They can't make one video for one other person. If I was going to do that, I would just Skype and play Yu-Gi-Oh with one other person, and then I would charge some kind of like Patreon OnlyFans type setup where I'm charging people by the minute, by the hour, potentially to just interact with me and play Yu-Gi-Oh. You get that also specifically on Yu-Gi-Oh, where people are, let's see, we need to do one more victory. I hope I still have time. Here. Yeah, you get that specifically where people don't read the chat decorum, and then they still are asking if they want to duel one-on-one, which, in all fairness, I have so few viewers in most of these streams that I could probably duel people one-on-one if that was really my goal. It's just not my goal. It's just not what I want to do. I'm not that big of a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm not a fan at all, really, of player versus player competition. In the few times I've done it in the past, it's always played out pretty terribly, where either I have defeated that person single-handedly very easily, and then they want to rematch, and then they want to play again, and they want to play again. Again, if this was Twitch, that's kind of what Twitch pushes you into. I imagine there are successful Yu-Gi-Oh! Players on Twitch that are just taking all challengers on Twitch and interacting with their audience. Inherently, people that are doing that don't have much else to say, I would assume. And so, probably is a smart move for those kinds of content creators to just take on all challengers and play Yu-Gi-Oh! All day. I'm not trying to come off as whining, even though I'm almost certainly easily being described as whining here. It's just a very weird situation that irritates me when the watch time is not up. See, that would be the ultimate frustration, certainly for me too, is if I did just have some extra time, which I never do have extra time. I'd much rather be playing other games, making pre-recorded footage, than spend an extra 8 hours one day playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Even if I was taking on all challengers, which is a little too difficult to actually do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I just wouldn't really enjoy that. I could see putting up with it, but then all you're doing, if you did it like one time as a special one-off event, it still runs this issue of establishing expectations. And with the chat decorum in particular, I'm trying to set expectations correctly. And there's definitely some selfishness in the content I create. It has to be admitted. I make the kind of content I create the way I want to make it, not the way Twitch or YouTube or the audience, well, potentially the current audience wants to make it. You see this in Bar Rescue too, is that a similar kind of situation where you'll see failing bars that have locals that are not making the bills get paid. So you'll have, say, let's just say for a nice round number, 100 people that are your regulars at a bar. Not locals, just regulars. And so these regulars come to the bar once a week, every week, and they buy the same beers or the same one cocktail, and that's fine, and that gets you some money, except for the fact that the regulars die off as they get older and older, so you can't just rely on that. You have to bring in a new audience. Regulars can really only be, according to Bar Rescue, about 30% of your audience, and then you just have to get tourists and new people coming to the bar for it to be successful. Well, so often you see in Bar Rescue the owners of failing bars going, well, if I make any changes, the regulars will leave and then I won't have any money, which is such a negative approach to running a bar that it's just never going to work, because it's a paralyzation of fear to make any changes at all. And you just can't run a business that way. One of the most recent bar rescues, the guy in charge straight up was diagnosed with depression, and the second I heard that, I'm like, oh, he just needs to sell his bar. Then there's no way to run most business, but particularly bars, without having a near insane level of optimism. You have to try new things, you have to be optimistic, you have to work very hard to make it succeed. Bars sound like easy money and can be easy money, but they do take a lot of upkeep and a lot of maintenance and a lot of willing to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty, literally and figuratively. I don't know how I got to that tangent, though. But yeah, perhaps what I was trying to get at there, more than anything, is just how negative I would probably be if I was just trying to make a YouTube channel that followed all the metas and just did a bunch of clickbait and just played the most popular games always. I'm not particularly positive even now. I don't think I think I'm more of a realist, maybe even a little bit of a negative person in the first place. I am a video game critic, and in the name, critics inherently are negative. Critics don't create, we criticize. And that is the closest thing to actual artistic creation I can do. And try to make that helpful as consumer advice to people, or at least as a deeper introspective of, say, video games, in my case. Yeah. Inherently, and I've said this so many times before, I just don't want to chase the dragon. I just don't want to burn myself out. And that has worked for my YouTube channel, in the sense that my YouTube channel has been around for extremely long amounts of time, and it's made a lot of content. It hasn't worked in views or subscribers to any real level, although I am getting subscribers and I am getting views, so I am getting, it is getting better. It's just not getting better fast enough for a realistic point. Inherently, here's a really scary thought. We may hit a point in the United States and around the world where jobs pay so little or so infrequent or so rare that just the chance of potentially having income by being a YouTuber and wasting a massive amount of time might be your best financial option, and that would be incredibly scary if the economy gets that bad, or just automation and robotics happens so much to that level. But I honestly don't think we are really that close to something like that happening. Of course, there are other ways in which the exact same scenario could be very positive, if it is just a case that everybody's on universal basic income and nobody has to look for a job and everybody's needs are met. That's really the core of the issues, are every person's needs being met, and until nearly every single person in a world's needs are met, we still have a problem that needs to be addressed. But yeah, if everybody was on something like UBI, then it was just a bunch of bored people making their own YouTube channels just for friends, just to make friends, just to kill time. That wouldn't be as big of an issue. And so, I guess that's enough of a warm-up rant. I got the YouTube clips working, so we'll try that. It is very possibly the case that clips never will amount to anything at all. That being said, I also have evolved my ambition here to have chapters. Now, to add chapters, they're supposed to be automatically added, but if you don't have 1,000 subscribers, they just don't happen there. It just does not occur. So, at some point, if I get 1,000 subscribers, if there aren't any community strikes on your channel, which is another requirement, automatic chapters may be generated, although that may only be for new things. And certainly I'm not going to spend a lot of energy going back to my old videos to add chapters. Inherently, also, all of my content, except for live streams, don't really work with chapters anyways, because you have to have 3 timestamps written in the description to add manual chapters, which is really the only way I could do it, and make sure it's even slightly accurate. But yeah, in most of my pre-recorded footage where I'm just playing video games, and it's, the closest thing I could do would be to manually press a button, and in manually pressing a button I could create a chapter marker, and then I'd have to go back after each recording, pre-recorded footage, and type in a title, and the titles really would be kinda nothing. So yeah, chapters are going to almost exclusively be, for the start, live stream only videos, and that's probably going to even exclude me uploading slightly better video quality. I assume it's slightly better video quality versions of these live streams. There's, yeah, that's pretty much exclusively what chapters are going to be, and the chapters are going to be the same as the clips, pretty much. At the beginning there will be a start part that says Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's about the only other difference, is that it'll be 00 seconds. It'll just say Yu-Gi-Oh at that point, and then when we start covering certain when we start covering all the new games that came out on Steam, that should be something that I didn't program, that should have been triggered, come to think of it. And then when we start doing the headlines at the very end, those will each be chapters too. But I don't think that's, I don't think it's really going to change too much, but who knows. Like, doing anything on YouTube can just often yield very random outcomes. Like there's no secret sauce, as far as I know, to make YouTube succeed for you, other than keep on trying. Yeah, at this point, I don't think there's anything I can do. Yeah, I don't think I played correctly here. See, if I was to detach this 1600 and then to attach this 1200, that would have been 2800. Plus another 100. So it would have been 2900. It wouldn't have done anything anyways. We have lost. One thing, as far as doing the solo screen, which for the accountability section, I played all the way through Divide by Sheep, I believe, after Friday's stream, and finished that up using walkthroughs to solve the last 3 puzzles and get all the achievements, which I really don't have too much to say about Divide by Sheep. It's not particularly a good puzzle game or math game enough to recommend it. And then I started playing a game called Hue, H-U-E, which is a color game where you can swap the background colors as you collect different color pigments, and if, for instance, you make the background blue rocks blocking your way will then disappear into the background. In that, it gives you, I think, either 8 or 9 colors, and does nothing interesting with the new colors after about 2 or 3. You start getting puzzles where you start at the very beginning with only 1 color pigment. That gets you very quickly to 2 color pigments. Then you start to really have real puzzles where you have to swap between the 2 pigments. Eventually you get down to about 3 color pigments that you have to swap through. After about having 3 different pigments, though, you get very little return on having yet another pigment for 4th, and then they start having to really think of other gimmicks to justify the remaining 4 or 5 color pigments. Meanwhile, while you're playing the game, you're hearing these voice-over monologues from your mother, which they don't really make it quite clear at the beginning that the character Hugh you're playing as is a little boy. He's wearing a little tie, so it kind of makes him just look like a short adult man, and the way the first couple letters are written, it talks in a way that you could easily assume that they were romantic interests also. And so I was confused for the first couple of letters until eventually I figured that out, that no, you are the child here. The story is really pointless. The cutscenes are really pointless, and it all resolves at the very end of the game to no climax at all. You simply walk through a door, and that is the end of the game. You've saved your mother. There's no big puzzle. It's a puzzle platforming game, I guess I should say that. And there's just no big puzzle at all before you walk in a room, and that somehow saves your mother. They mention a Dr. Gray through the letters, and it means nothing. Like, there is a small reveal about Dr. Gray, but he is not an Eggman the Sonic in any means. He's not a bad guy. He doesn't antagonize you. You're not fighting him. You're not fighting anyone, really. You're just getting from point A to point B with the color puzzles, which all of that might be fine on its own if they had simply just slightly better color puzzles. Like, that's really what I think drops the ball the most in the game is that the puzzles aren't as polished as I would like to it, so it just makes the whole game a little mediocre. It's not bad, but it's not great. It is definitely the kind of game that I'll probably forget fairly quickly. And at a certain level, like, it feels like we need more of those anyways. I probably should have attached. Probably should have attached more cards to this guy. Yeah, do we have enough here to pull this off? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if this works. We'll just do this the easy way. Imagine this guy thought his deck would leave him safely away from any issues like this. And now he's gonna be devastated. One of the things in Hue is that it has a mode that's labeled as colorblind and a colorblind mode, which, since the game is based around colors, you're just not, if you are colorblind, you should have enough common sense to know you can't actually play the game. And the mode just adds symbols to the colored objects, so it makes it a little bit easier to quicker recognize what colors the objects are. But there are times where that still doesn't help because there are like colored lasers and it puts symbols on the laser projectors, so in at least one point the laser projectors are off screen, and so if you actually were colorblind you would have no idea what color that was, and that is definitely a point where you would have had to interact quickly. So, yeah. Inherently, I think Hue should have probably given you just a red, green, and blue, and then it should have probably given you secondary colors to the red, green, and blue, and that would have been enough. Where you could have had some kind of different puzzle interaction around the idea of having red, green, and blue elements to interact with. Let's see. Can we pull out another Zeus? No, not another Zeus, another Tri-Brigade Shurag. No. Doesn't matter. Do I have any daily quests here that might benefit from all of this? The only lifetime quest I really have is to do like 8,000 damage in one attack, and my Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck really can't do that, so there's probably a better move just to do this and win that way, and not activate potentially whatever that is. If that happened to be a flip monster, which probably wasn't even a flip monster, but whatever. But yeah, if I was going to make a color puzzle platformer, which I question really if you needed a human in the platforming, there definitely were points in Hue where the platforming became dominant and it started to get a little bit too close for my comfort towards precision platforming, what I like to call frustration platforming since I'm so bad at it. But yeah, I would have just wanted puzzles that interacted and you had to unlock certain keys in some figurative way with red, green, and blue, and then you would have, say, red and blue mixed together to make purple as a secondary color, and then once you unlock that secondary purple color, it would unlock gates in some way that were both red and blue at the same time. And then if you were going to be really ambitious, since Hue is set in this world that is black and white to begin with, and everybody in this 2D animated world sees in black and white, you would have perhaps wanted an abilities where you started the game in a very pretty full color, and then all the color would have been drained out, and all your abilities would have been lost at the beginning, like a Metroid game, which Hue does kind of feel like a Metroid game if it was way smaller and had way less collectibles. Hue weirdly also feels a lot like Limbo and has like spikes you can die on and water you can drown in, and the game is so kid friendly outside of that, though. It really feels like you shouldn't be able to die, and I wouldn't say that Hue is actually inappropriate for any kid to play. It just is weirdly pulling influences to look like Limbo, which definitely leaves it more with that feeling that I have, that it may have started off as a asset flip game that just managed to actually have enough polish to it that they said they could actually sell it like a regular product, a real product. It still does have elements though that feel very asset flippy, in the sense that there's just no real interesting. That worked out in my favor way more than I thought it would have. There's just no real reason that in Hue there is, say, books on the bookshelf in the first room you start in, and you can jump around and you can bounce the books around and play with the physics of the books. That never plays any part in any of the game, and you'll see it over and over again. You'll see chains hanging on the ceiling, and you can jump up and hit them with your head and they'll swing, showing off physics effects for no reason, which is then compounded as being silly in that there is some lagginess that was popping up on this 2D platforming game that has really no justification for having lagginess around it. But yeah, in each region that you're in, the walls tile sets, which you see a lot of empty space and walls throughout the game, change like they were just supposed to mean something, and it just doesn't feel like there is a need for the bricks in the wall, the rocks in the walls, to have that level of variety, when I would have easily given up the voice acting in the monologues and the writing in the monologues, because the writing also feels like it was written by different people who didn't really know what the story was going to come to be, or it was written by the same person over the course of far too long of an amount of time. But yeah, I get rid of the voice acting, I get rid of the writing, I would get rid of the variety, a lot of the variety, not all of the variety in different objects. I would get rid of the physics elements that don't play any role in the game. I would definitely, if I was the game director, have more of a polish on the puzzles. That being said, I might not actually make any more puzzles. And the game queue is already, as a game, very short compared to other puzzle games. It's short and sweet, and I think at some level that makes sense, and that's probably a good move to just make your puzzle game short and sweet to start with, unless you manage through experimentation and people playing and testing the game find that you have something really fun. And at the core of it, that is the problem with you, I think, more than anything, is that its gameplay mechanics are just not fun. That they're not that fun. It is just platforming. And swapping colors. I think it's, on the face of it, also just a dumb idea to make a game based on colors by that much. I mean, you're immediately losing anyone with any color blindness or color issues, and even though I am not colorblind, the specific colors with the specific calibration of colors on my monitor had the light purple and the dark purple be similar enough that when you needed to instantaneously be able to recognize what the color was, that there is just a small chance that I would have not recognized it and swapped to the wrong colors. So there were quite a few dumb deaths where I just selected the wrong color as boulders are rolling down towards me, and you have to swap the color to match the color of the boulders to get past them. So yeah, that's basically what I played over the weekend. I also got some videos scheduled, and I plan on doing some more video scheduling. What I want to do, and this is kind of an example of how far future looking I am on my YouTube channel, is I want to reach Series 50. I'm at like Series 46 or 47. I want to reach Series 50 by 2025. Like that makes a lot of sense. And then I want to change the series playlist labeling format at that point to be closer to an annual thing, or to just give up on the idea of having series altogether. Because it's even at series 47, it doesn't make the most amount of sense to have it. At most, what you know about series 1 is those would be the very first games on my channel, and then series 2 would be the games I played after those games, and you just have to keep on working down that path of logic to get to series 47. But there's been always some major inconsistency around the series system, and yeah, I don't want to completely lose it. And it would make a lot of sense on a nice round number, well, somewhat round number, it ends in a 5 in 2025, to say, instead of going to a series 51, we would just have a playlist labeled 2025. And yeah, that's really just playlist issues. But yeah, I'm also just trying to just need to schedule videos and also make videos. That's a big aspect to this also. Although it is on YouTube kind of a catch-22. You make more videos, people don't watch it, the algorithm stops promoting your videos. Yeah, so the real move is to probably make less videos, like one video per week, and put a lot of effort and polish into it and a lot of editing into it. But inherently that means that the only people who are going to be really successful on YouTube are people with production staff behind them, and probably a production company behind them. And I did not start a YouTube channel in a desire to become a video editor. And honestly, on my footage, I don't know what I'd really edit it down to. Yeah. Since it would be around the core concept of video game criticism, I would have to just take a samurai sword through all my videos and cut so much out to the point where really all I would be doing is scripting a 5-minute review for a 60-hour game and just putting that out, and then you have something kind of like Video Game Donkey or something. And inherently, when I compare it to something like Video Game Donkey, he's not really reviewing games, is he? He's being silly. Same is true for like Game Grumps. In fact, I'm not sure I can name anybody that I actually watch that actually tries to review games. Particularly now, since I'm not watching Giant Bomb or Nextlander or really Jeff Gersman's podcast. And when I do watch a video game podcast, they very rarely are actually talking about video games these days. And that's something that I think I probably should have noticed earlier, is that particularly right now, mainstream video game journalism is talking way more about layoffs than they are actual video games. Yeah, actually reviewing games. In part, that's almost certainly because I've curated my news to only talk about news and not talk about reviews. But yeah, that's something I guess I could ask for comments, certainly, is who actually reviews games these days that is popular on YouTube, because I'm always completely out of the loop as far as what other people are watching on YouTube. I don't know any of them at all. I'm still like following Captain Sparkles and PewDiePie, which I imagine people are still watching Captain Sparkles and PewDiePie, but there isn't. I imagine those aren't the flavors of the week or the flavors of the month. Yeah. One thing I did do that I'm hoping will have an impact is I've programmed a bell to play in my headphones only, so it shouldn't show up in recordings, and that is one of my major concerns, is that it would show up in the recordings. And it plays at like 22 minutes, which I think it actually plays at closer to 19 minutes. But the idea there is that you would I would have more consistent audio throughout that whole process. By having more consistent audio links. What am I saying? The idea is to have more consistent links of the videos, not audio. I don't know what I was even saying there. Let's see. We do 2 here. This is kind of the right move. And then you do 3 here. Yep. For most puzzle games though, I've actually programmed the ding to happen at like 20 minutes and 40 minutes, and yeah, I'm really gonna probably go for closer to 45 minutes to an hour in puzzle games, and that is one thing I think I'm going to have to definitely learn too, is that if it is truly going to be a puzzle game series, you can't really goof around and make episodes that short. 30 minutes is rather tight. And at a certain level, if I made 30-minute episodes on a puzzle game, then almost every episode becomes a complete it becomes its own clip, own chapter in itself, one level per episode type content. Of course, I can't really have any consistency there. Whoops. I could have done better there if I played slightly in a different way. And this should be our last game for today. Now that is an interesting thought. Should I or could I keep the Yu-Gi-Oh talk that's happening now separate from the big news talk? Because if I did keep it separate, then I could have another chapter. But if I did play it that way, I would have to talk about the big news without playing Yu-Gi-Oh, which then would mean I would just have the screen be on that news article for longer periods of time, and so visually it would be more boring. So yeah, then there would be a subconscious desire to speed up talking about the big news. So I don't think I'm at a point where I'd really want to separate the two when the two happen. Although in this case, the two aren't happening today. But we can change that with this first news article. The indie dev Kyoken Interactive is conducting staff layoffs, according to GameDeveloper.com. They say the cuts come after trying to prevent them from hitting the staff as long as humanly possible. Which, the questions always ask around this is, who is Kyoken? It says a small number of layoffs. 4 of its 19 core staff members were let go. A small number, perhaps, but a high percentage there. You are talking like somewhere between a fourth and a fifth of your staff being let go. Kyoken is known for the Deliver Us franchise, consisting of last year's Deliver Us Mars and 2018's Deliver Us the Moon. Which, yeah. Looking at the screenshot, you would think that it was a 3D game, but I kind of feel like Deliver Us Mars and Deliver Us the Moon were actually more 2D, 2D kind of story-based games. I wouldn't say visual novels, but kind of point-and-click adventures or something. I literally have nowhere to put the chat box, don't I? Right, I guess that's the best place. I'm trying to move the Steam chat box around. So once again, we have more layoffs, and there really isn't too much to say outside of that. DF Retro, they always put out their videos right when I want to start streaming, so I'm halfway through watching DF Retro's weekly podcast, and they are talking about layoffs too. I would say that they probably deserve, DF Retro probably deserves a little bit of scorn in the fact that they've been a little bit more silent about layoffs until Sony laid off the London studios, which I heavily suspect that there are quote-unquote friends of DF Retro at the Sony London studios that were shut down as mainstream video game journalists, and I definitely would put DF Retro in that category, do have this tendency to make friends, or have made friends with game developers. But yeah, it definitely feels like they went out of their way to mention it this stream and make a bigger deal about it, where layoffs otherwise have been happening for 2 months now. Well, even longer than 2 months. In contrast to those layoffs, we also have a situation where the Microsoft has announced that it is going to have a partner direct, and we'll talk about that in a second. And so with this partner direct, that does kind of come off like they're making the argument that even though Microsoft in particular has laid off people, maybe it doesn't matter so much to them that they've laid off people, because they still have partners and games are still coming. And that definitely would be the kind of argument that a game company would try to make, to say, tell gamers to not care about the long-term health of the video game industry and to not care about the layoffs and just care about the short-term reward you might have by them announcing or speeding up the release dates of video games. Yeah, and unfortunately I think an argument like that may very well work. Yeah. On the other hand, I've been perhaps the least sympathetic to layoffs in the game industry, particularly from Microsoft, because we also have to admit that there's a lot of game developers in AAA studios that just aren't making good games, or just aren't making much of anything. Like microtransactions, DLC, all of that is being developed whether against the will of big AAA game developers for AAA publishing companies, or in complete participation. Certainly, we have never heard the story that a AAA development company refused to take money from a publisher because the publisher demanded microtransactions or DLC. It probably has happened, but it probably happened early in the negotiations and didn't come out as an actual story. So you have that issue where financially it's hard to really believe that game developers are doing right by the gaming community. Then you have the whole SJW issue that is far too prevalent and gets talked about probably too much, but it's still certainly a topic that gets brought up by both sides far too much. So you have games that aren't selling well doing kind of like the Miss Marvel movies in Disney, where they're just like the Marvel movie, the first Marvel movie in particular, by all rights seems to be an awful movie. Or I mean, you could even go back to the all-female Ghostbusters movie. By all rights, that seemed like well, I watched it. It was not a very funny, well-written Ghostbusters or comedy movie, and it really didn't have too much to do with the female Ghostbusters. It, I think, had more to do with the director allowing too much improv, the writers not having enough jokes, there not really being a story or concept behind it. So, yeah. But if we do look to the movies as an example, this is probably what you can expect from video games too, is that you will have continuously flopping bad movies that often are pandering to SJW mentality, and then people singing the praises of those flopping movies, which is just speeding along the ultimate destruction of the movie-going theater experience, I'm sure. and with that, I suspect what we will eventually have is just a complete collapse of the theater system, or a level that makes it so expensive to go to the theaters that only actual upper class rich people do it. There's nothing here. So my hope here, I guess, would be to do this. See if we can probably can't get up to 2700 attack here. Nope. There's a lot of fear, I guess, to kind of continue that thought, that there will be a video game collapse. But in reality, we might be better off if there is a bit of a bubble burst that happens. It has happened in the video game industry before, where players like Atari in the first collapse disappear, and players like Sega stop being a console maker. Perhaps if the bubble burst and there was a mini collapse that didn't take us all the way back down to zero, which it almost certainly wouldn't, perhaps we'll start to see things like the Steam Deck and Valve evolve into another company, although there's as much of a chance, I would suspect, that Valve probably wouldn't rise much higher in the level of success than they already have, and we would see just new players. Let's just go ahead and continue trying to destroy everything here. Yeah, nothing destroys this card. Absolutely nothing seems to be able to defeat this card. So unless this can defeat the card, I think I'm doomed. I'll be darned. Wasn't expecting that. This is interesting how you're getting these slashes in the playfield. At a certain level, I could see some path to it being a good thing if we saw PlayStation, which honestly I wouldn't be surprised if PlayStation does announce that they're just going to get out of the hardware business and try and scale down to just being a software publisher. And I can see Microsoft at that point reacting and saying, hey, we're going to get out of the hardware business too, or scale down at least. If both PlayStation and Xbox slowed down and stopped feeling the need to put out new hardware at this point, when there's part shortages and the hardware is just too expensive anyways, that would really just leave Nintendo. Nintendo's not going to change their ways, more than likely, even with a new president. So they're going to come out with some kind of toy, cheap hardware. Meanwhile, cell phones will increasingly become the default gaming hardware that most kids play on. And then with the hardware part of the big contenders of video games, changed. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see different software companies come into play. Even right now, ignoring the hardware aspect of Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo, these software companies are in a position where you're likely going to see a lot of stagnation amongst the likes of EA and Ubisoft, which we've already seen a lot of that, and that leading to EA and Ubisoft just losing relevance, with more AA and independent companies popping up and having one-off successes for one fairly good game and then disappearing. Which notably, I think that's how capitalism best works, is that some individual or small group of people have an idea to make a widget, make a product, and then they sell that product, and then they disappear because they don't have a second idea. Unfortunately, it's not really how it goes. For most people, you have products coming from the same people over and over again, and that creates a situation where Cheerios were probably perfect as a cereal 200 years ago, and yet they are constantly rebranding and reselling and shrinkflating the Cheerios, or whatever product you pick. Toilet paper is probably the best example of that. As soon as they invented splinter-free toilet paper, probably 60, 70 years ago, toilet paper had pretty much been perfected, and yet there is still a lot of promotions and commercials for toilet paper. And I know this is a stand-up comedian's bit, but I can't remember who made it, but it is just incredibly insane that there are commercials for toilet paper on TV, that they are spending advertising money to get you to buy Cottonelle or whatever brand. Moving back to video game news, we'll try and focus more on video game news. Mortal Kombat Onslaught apparently is a cell phone game, and they added Peacemaker to Mortal Kombat 1, and so I guess they've added Peacemaker to this Mortal Kombat Onslaught. Looking at this screenshot and seeing nothing else, I can already tell that Mortal Kombat Onslaught is a terrible game that has nothing to do with Mortal Kombat. And while I would be willing to entertain spin-off games from the Mortal Kombat universe, it would have to mean that the characters were consistent and interesting, and they just aren't. They've tried a couple of spin-off games around Mortal Kombat before, and they just never really make sense at all. Mortal Kombat and fighting games in general are not around the idea of writing interesting stories, really, or interesting backstories of characters. All you really need to do is make interesting looking characters, and that's what most fighting gamers care about, that they play well first and foremost, and that they look interesting. It is just a bonus if you can give the characters backstory, but you really shouldn't be trying to give them that much backstory, otherwise it's just going to get drowned in lore. Video Games Chronicles says that Luigi's Mansion's 2D HD and Paper Mario Remake news could be coming this week. Reliable leakers seemingly hinting at announcements planned for Mario Day. Is this from Jeff Grubb? An X-user posted it. So it seems like people are starting to actually embrace X as the name for Twitter, despite all the other issues. My question, does X, if you go to www.x.com, does that even take you to Twitter? Yeah. I mean, that would be the one reason why I would change the company's name to X, is that if you had already paid a really expensive amount for a very short URL, which I'm not sure URLs can be that short, just one character long, it might save you a little bit of data, a few bytes really, each transaction, if this was pick.x.com and you multiply those few bytes of savings on your data center expenses by potentially millions of people or millions of views, at least, that could save you some real money there. But probably not, now that I think about it, because if you owned x.com, that is just going to be converted to a DNS entry, and almost every computer is going to have DNS caching. So the first time you went to pick.x.com, you would then get a series of numbers in an IP address, and you would just know what that IP address is, and you would never do those transactions again. So yeah, it would save you a few bytes on the first connection, which is not really going to save you anything. And yeah, if I'm talking about DNS, I'm obviously not that interested in this article, which is surprising to even me, because, you know, these are games I would like to see and would like to play on the Nintendo Switch. The Steam Summer Sale is about to happen. Depending on finances, I'm either going to buy a Switch OLED and then not ever have really a justification to buy Nintendo Switch games. If I don't do that, then I probably will have a justification to buy some more Nintendo Switch games. And certainly they are trying to fill in their catalog of remakes for Nintendo Switch, as they are going to seemingly not release a sequel to the Switch or a new console of any kinds until after Christmas. So this Christmas season very well could be full of the last few games from Nintendo that they have ported from their old consoles, and that they would be willing to actually make remakes around. They really have no more gas in the engine after that point, though. So if a new console comes out and is backwards compatible, they really can't remake the games to be at anything much higher than 1080p with their hardware, I'm sure. And so you're not going to get 2K, 4K versions of Paper Mario, and I doubt it would even look any that much different if you did have a 2K, 4K version of that. Maybe if you were using AI upscaling in your hardware to get to those higher resolutions, it might look different, just using AI to add in detail that wasn't originally there. But yeah, there really aren't that any more games for Nintendo to remake. So it almost makes an argument that there might not be backward compatibility, but that would definitely cause a lot of controversy. Where Nintendo has to go with their next console is they have to have a console that's strong enough to actually play newer games from third-party developers. They have to be able to potentially play something that Nintendo gamers, somebody who may have exclusively played on Nintendo consoles, has never played before. And there is a long list of like Call of Duty style, Gears of War style games, more adult games, that have never been on a Nintendo console, and those would be the games those that Nintendo would have to be able to support at some level. And yeah, that's where I suspect we'll see the advertisement too, is that the Nintendo Switch will be sold as the kids product, and now the kids who 7 years ago, I think the Switch is 7 years old now, got the Switch. So if you were even as young as 4 and 7 years ago when you got a Switch, you're now hitting 11. You're really getting into that tween age, edgelord, puberty level of, and so yeah, you would want to be playing games rated T for teen at that point. And by the end of the next Nintendo console's life cycle, if it is somewhere between 4 and 7 years old, you would be wanting to play rated M for mature games. Although that almost inherently abandons all of Nintendo's lineup. But I don't know how Nintendo resells its past games again. It can make new games, certainly. There will be a new Mario game, I'm sure. But there really can only be so many of those. Here's the partner preview I talked about earlier from Video Games Chronicle. It promises news from third-party publishers, including Capcom, Nexon, and EA. I wouldn't be surprised if there's very little announcements here from actual Microsoft companies, which at a certain point it almost behooves Microsoft to not promote or announce anything at a partner preview, and instead highlight their partners instead of taking all the oxygen out of the air. We are continuing to follow the visuals that they are choosing here. This is an odd logo layout, just white going to green and the green Xbox coming back. There definitely seems to be inconsistency around which logo they want to use, whether it was the newer black and white X or the older green and black. They seem to want to go back to the older green and black, which maybe indicates on some level that they want to go back to the heyday of the Xbox, the original Xbox, or the Xbox 360 era, which was very successful for them, so I could understand why they would want to do that. But it may very well just be inconsistency. It also almost certainly points out that they are still sold on using Xbox as the name. No indication that there was a rumor that they were just going to change everything to Microsoft Gaming or Microsoft Game Studios and drop the Xbox branding completely, and there seems to be no truth to that. Almost certainly no announcement of a new hardware from Xbox at the Partner Direct, though. There is this Twitter thing here, Games Jobs Direct, and I guess I'll follow them. Apparently it's a global game dev careers hub. They got retweeted by one of the big Twitter game companies that I follow. So apparently Dovetail Games, a UK developer, is looking for an environment artist. And that was an hour ago. And so, yeah, it does seem like you get fairly consistent job listings here, and they are talking about what you would really need here. As far as senior programmer here, you need strong programming background in C# or C++, containing excellent knowledge of Unreal Unity, which, yeah, those two are separate things, and be a strong communicator, which it's always unfortunate if somebody doesn't have good communication skills. Like, you would think if half the world has good communication skills, the other half of the world wouldn't have good communication skills, and yet every single job has this strong communicator requirement. And so inherently, to get any job, if you have poor communication skills, you have to lie. Which inherently, to get any job at all, you probably have to lie. Although there are some things you probably can't lie about and keep the job for very long. Strong programming background. But you never know. You may get into a job and find that what the job description from HR is completely different from what you're actually doing. I definitely have run into that issue. It seems like they make these kind of like short videos, which seem to be very repetitive, and they probably should spice it up. But yeah, I guess if you wanted to work in the video game industry, This is an interesting twist, certainly, to show that there are a few jobs that are hiring, but if we scroll back down here and actually try to count every post, you're talking probably less than 100 job listings in between January 1st and now, where we know that at least 900 people have been laid off in that same period or thereabout. So you certainly aren't going to really be able to have a one-for-one comparison there. For every person laid off, there's a new job being made. This is a French company. It might be a case that all the job listings here are more of the UK or EU area, which that also requires some consideration here. It doesn't really matter if there is a job listing if you are in no area close to where the job is. Like, even if it was 100% remote, the most companies, I imagine, would want to see you during interview processes. So you'd have to be fairly well off financially to, say, fly to the UK to work 100% remote as a foreign worker who would need probably special permission and foreign worker visas to work in the UK. And so, yeah, that is part of the limitization there. And at some point in the future, we may get to the point where all countries agree that foreign workers can work on any job around the world, but inherently that's a system that can't be implemented at the moment when there is such inequality, and you could hire somebody in India or China to be a remote worker for pennies a day compared to paying somebody in the United States or Canada to be a remote worker, where you'd have to pay them much more. And even if you paid people the same, if one part of the world getting paid $5 an hour was a ton of money, and another part of the world being paid $5 an hour is an unlivable wage, just because expenses are different. I wanted to point out here, Minecraft has added, well, I saw they added this kind of wind charm where you can shoot gusts of wind as a feature. But in the Bedrock preview, specifically, they've added a rework for online-offline friends list. All friends buttons have been renamed. The add friends button has been renamed to search for players, no friends, empty state, and an improved text to speech. Which, yeah, they are still trying to do something with Minecraft and make it work. The wolf armor probably much more interesting in the latest snapshot. I don't know why I decided to make this big news, but apparently Xbox is launching a $700 SpongeBob Special Edition Series X console bundle. A limited supply will be available through Best Buy in the United States this week. Interesting. What I find most interesting about this is that it's Best Buy, because Best Buy seemed like they were getting rid of movies on the shelves. And the thought was that by the end of the year they were going to get rid of like video game discs off their shelves. So why partner with Best Buy? Although on the other hand, who else do you partner with? I imagine Microsoft doesn't want to just partner with Amazon.com, or and I imagine Walmart doesn't care enough to partner for some kind of exclusive. So what other electronics company would you go with? Micro Centers are too sparse in the United States. You could partner with them, but there's too many people that would miss out on that. You can't get Xboxes inside like Apple stores, I'm sure. There aren't really any toy stores that exist. Yeah. So really, this probably should have been just a direct order thing. Now, is it worth it to pay $700 for this? Not really, unless you're just obsessed with SpongeBob, which I don't think anybody should be that obsessed with SpongeBob and Xbox. You'd have to kind of be obsessed with both. Seems like you could probably get these skins printed anyways. The custom print on the controller might be a little bit more difficult to get a skin made for. That might be close to impossible, but inherently I think this is just ugly, and I'm not really a fan of SpongeBob SquarePants, so it is square-ish, so maybe it plays something to that, but SpongeBob really is more of a rectangle, and his pants really aren't square. They are more rectangular. This definitely seems like this is still in line with... No, who you would sell this with would have been GameStop. GameStop is the video game company that might have gone with this. I half wonder if this isn't a negotiation that was going on between Nickelodeon that owns SpongeBob and Microsoft and Best Buy that's been around and been in negotiation for a while, and this may very well be the last time Best Buy ever does anything like that, or this may just be the new way Best Buy is doing it. For a long time, I think Best Buy did have special exclusive limited steel case movies. Maybe they're shifting that mentality now to exclusive hardware on consoles. But I definitely wouldn't go into a Best Buy to buy a video game console. It would just it would be way easier to go to a GameStop, and almost certainly there's a GameStop that would be closer to you. Or it would be way easier to just order a console and have it shipped directly to you instead of going into a store anyways. GameStop, I guess, has their rewards program still, and Best Buy has a rewards program. Best Buy has credit cards, so maybe there's some financial reasons why you might buy it from a store. But I mean, you can get an Amazon Prime credit card and get percentages off on that, or you could get any kind of cashback credit card and get some percentages off of that and order a console. And if you really wanted discounts, you'd get a used console, or you'd wait for like a Slick Deals, although you probably would have to wait pretty long to get a Slick Deals on an Xbox Series X. But yeah, this definitely seems like a big premium. Apparently, the ransomware group admits its Epic Games quote hack was a hoax. The group claimed to have nearly 200 gigabytes of Epic's internal data last week. So the thing about this, though, is if they've come out and said it was a hoax, there's three, in my mind, equally possible possibilities. One, it was actually a hoax. Two, it was real and Epic Games paid them a ransom to shut up about it, and then part of paying the ransom, the hacker group agreed to say it was a hoax, or 3, it actually happened and they are afraid that they're going to get caught and thrown in jail, so they're trying to claim it's a hoax to avoid being caught. In those 3 equally possibilities in my mind, 2 of them are that it was real, and only one of them is that it actually was a hoax. So, yeah, from my perspective, there's just no way of undoing that harm, that suspicion, no way of removing that suspicion. What would have to happen to remove that suspicion is that the hacker group would almost have to be captured by authorities, and then the authorities would have to go through all their data and say, actually, we've looked at all their hard drives and found that they didn't actually have the capability to hack anybody at all, and they never did hack anybody. And then, even then, you have to trust the authorities, which is not always the best idea. So, an ounce of prevention will save you a pound of extra work, or however that phrase goes. So the lesson certainly to learn from this, and it's not a lesson that, in this case, anybody other than Epic needs to really learn, is that Epic needs to come out and say, in our most recent security review, we found this to be a hoax. However, we did take this as an opportunity to reevaluate our security and make sure it was secure, and upgrade our security. And then for end users, everybody should just be as careful as possible. Although at a certain level, how careful can you be? If this wasn't a hoax, and they had gotten emails, passwords, full names, payment information, source code, and other data, like the end user, if you're going to buy something at the Epic Store, would have had to have some kind of email, some kind of password. You can have unique passwords for every website. That's definitely recommended. You can change passwords or have unique emails even for every website. That's kind of a hassle. You kind of need your real full name. Yeah, kind of need payment information. It would be interesting if you could open a credit card under an alias, but that would probably be illegal. You can't really do anything to secure payment information. If Epic is running even a decently run website, the payment information is probably not being handled by them, so the idea of getting email, passwords, and full names is believable. Payment information, not so much. And then source code should probably be on a completely different set of computers, not connected to the internet at all. Whether that's website source code or whether that's video game source code. And then certainly 189 gigabytes of data is kind of just a random number. It feels like it's either too much data if it's all text, or too little data if it was video that would have been part of source code, video and audio. Let's see, GameDeveloper.com has reported that the Australian studio Taurus Games has been effectively shut down after 30 years. The studio has reportedly laid off its development team and is now a one-person company. I'm a little surprised we don't get more stories like this. Like the owner, CEO of an independent company, if games have been made, if the game is already on Steam and you just want to take the money from the sales of that game and never do anything else, it definitely seems like you could have a lot more companies shut down and be a one person, maybe a two person, you need maybe an accountant also type company. Although it seems like there were only 8 employees in the first place. Now, also, if this game company is 30 years old, let's see the listings that they worked on, as I think they probably didn't do all of this themselves, but maybe just were a assistive second party company. World War Z Aftermath, I think it wasn't good. Cartoon Network Battle Crashers, Spider-Man Battle for New York, and Shrek Smash and Crash Racing. So not really a long list of games for 30 years, and not really a very prestigious list of games anyways. And if this is the list of titles and they're all licensed titles, then it being a one-person company, just a sole proprietorship, that concept doesn't work as well, because you'd have to negotiate relicensing the games to keep them up on sale eventually. And maybe you could do that as a one-person company, maybe you couldn't. As a follow-up to me reacting fairly negative to the fact that Broken Sword Shadow of the Templars Reforged is doing a Kickstarter, in the fact that they're using AI art to remaster it, and Revolution Software is just not really doing a good job as far as continuing the Broken Sword series or rebooting the Broken Sword series, and their later games have all been pretty terrible. Well, obviously nobody shared my concerns, because the Kickstarter now has passed £300,000, which is probably enough to make sure that the game actually gets completely finished and released, although I wouldn't be surprised by if the game was already completed before the Kickstarter even started. Again, I feel like Charles Cecil here probably needs to update his images a little bit as the founder and CEO of Revolution Software. So, Video Games Chronicle here has a gallery on how every WWE 2K24 wrestler looks compared to 2K23. The question, I guess, is which side is which? On some level, I would think the shinier skin here is actually 24, but I would also say that Hollywood Hogan here looks better here. In this, he looks old, and I wonder if this isn't a case where they, for some insane reason, are just bringing back Hulk Hogan to face scan him when they really shouldn't. It really should be more of an artistic rendering of what Hulk Hogan used to look like compared to what he actually looks like. And that's true for most of the wrestlers. They all have like scars on their foreheads when you get up close, because they've cut themselves with razor blades to bleed and make it more dramatic. That's called blading. The referees, they don't tend to do it, I think, in WWE very often, but they backyard wrestling and other things, and they're all like, they work out to build muscle appearance, and that's not particularly healthy, and it doesn't look that good, and they're just all like cauliflower ear type stuff, busted noses, swelling. Like, it is a very physical activity regardless of how scripted the outcomes might be, and it does certainly leave its toll on the figures of the wrestlers. Let's see. Does this say anywhere which one is which? The fact that they're similar enough that you can't tell probably says something. So again, you kind of have like dead eyes here and still kind of dead eyes here. I'd assume this is newer. I don't even know who this is supposed to be. I guess that's Adam Pierce. It's, yeah. I literally cannot tell which one is supposed to be better. This probably is closer to what Andre the Giant looked like originally. This is probably closer to what he looked like later in his life. I don't think he's alive, so but yeah, none of these characters really stand out. And at a certain level, it is still so cartoony, the CGI depictions, that I don't know if I wouldn't just prefer to see the video games go in that bright, colorful color palette and make it more cartoony. Certainly that would have been the heyday. This is weirdly stretched out compared to this face. Yeah, that's just completely different proportions there. Same is kind of true here. Stretched out faces. Yeah. In my mind, that is probably the heyday of wrestling games, is when they were 16-bit, pixely, cartoony, colorful depictions. And I feel like the realism in a video game form just doesn't matter. Now here's an interesting shot in that you have an actually hairy-chested male, where every single other male is in spandex and is cleanly waxed. Again, just really stretched out faces. Well, this definitely looks more like Mick Foley than this does. Inherently, though, there is this also problem that even if they did put this much work into changing things, this probably is closer to what China looked like than this. I'm going back and forth on different sides on which side I really would prefer. This looks better than this to my eyes. Yeah, I just don't know if it isn't a case where they are just playing catch up here. Definitely seems like it. Here's Eddie Guerrero. That looks more realistic to how I remember him. I don't think Eddie Guerrero really wrestles anymore. He's probably too old. And this is weird. A weird top shirt and hairy chest combined. Eric? I haven't heard of that guy. I don't recognize a significant amount of these wrestlers. Yeah, but this visually does look like and feel like they're just playing catch up to all of this. Yeah, there's still probably major problems with the wrestling games, and that they should be many generations better in quality than they are, and it really should be to the level that unquestionably, if you want to play a wrestling game, you should play the most recent wrestling game, and that you will have a very good experience. Now, changing the face model on Kane's not going to do much, considering he's just wearing a mask in both of them, unless you're going to go with the maskless Kane. This looks incredibly unrealistic in the eyes, but this doesn't look much better. Here's another person with this weird top shirt. Maybe they were tag team partners. Now noticeably, we skipped over Brock Lesnar because he's been expunged from the game, which that would have been a big name, certainly. And I'm not seeing Triple H. I didn't see Triple H. I'm not seeing any of the McMahons. The Rock is here. I would assume that this is the newer scan. But it definitely feels like it's incremental improvements too. And if anything, the flexing on his chest here makes it feel like he was holding a flex while they were scanning him or moving, and now it just looks ripply. They are getting better, I think, in WWE in general, of having more interesting female wrestlers. So if I was at some point bored enough that I would start to well, here's a McMahon, Shane McMahon, looking way older than what I remember him, which makes sense, frankly. There's like if I was bored enough to watch wrestling, I do think I would probably enjoy it a little bit better because there would be more female wrestlers. Although I suspect that this is supposed to be Stephanie McMahon? Well, I haven't seen her in a long time, but that doesn't look anything like what I would expect her to look like. Yeah, they're mentioning that she's left the company. Pretty much all the McMahons are out at this point. This looks like Stone Cold. This doesn't. This looks like... Well, I thought this was X-Pac, but it's SYXX. Did he lose the rights to X-Pac is the name? Or am I just confused? Yeah, it still feels like, though, that even though they have more WWE, they used to call them divas, I'm not sure they still do, it still feels like they probably only have one female wrestling match that's usually a gimmick match and usually fairly short, but they do seem like they are actually getting on TV, whereas I think in the past there would have been females wrestling in the arena, but that would have happened during the commercial breaks on WWE Raw or something like that. So here we have a Triple H that looks nothing like what I would expect, and then here we have Triple H 2008. Interesting, it is the word tripled in H, and so it starts with a T in this gallery, which is that really how they spell it? Yeah. If I was bored enough to start watching wrestling, I would struggle to catch up and relate to even the old wrestlers. They've changed so much, and that's ignoring things like Ultimate Warrior, who I think is dead, or The Undertaker, who I don't believe actually is dead, but is just so incredibly old that it just doesn't make sense. Jeez, I wonder if they made special horns here for this character Valhalla, so she doesn't like gore people for real. Because you know, inevitably you're gonna try and slam somebody into the horns or headbutt them with the horns on and stab them. Well, here's an interesting question. Why is it that every single other, this is a female wrestler, every single other character ends at about the nipples on the gallery, and then Wendy Cho here ends at the belly button? Like, is that because she's supposed to be big and black and beautiful and they want to show that off? I imagine that probably is part of her personality and her visual appeal, but seems like that's an odd exception when every single other screenshot here ends right at chest level. Although noticeably they are making these pictures to end right about the bottom of a male breast, and then they are definitely making sure to get every bit of the curvature of the female breast, but it's not that big of a difference. Here's X-Pac. See, he did look, that other character did. That's why XX. I imagine it might just be a different character. And some of these characters, I guess, have changed their outfits quite a bit, whereas from 23 to 24. Of course, the big issue certainly there is if you're not into wrestling, or if you were into wrestling, even in 23, the appearance in 2024 may be vastly different in the costumes or the visuals of the hairstyles and all of that. And still not really sure whether this was 2023 or this is 2024. There seems to be some stretching going on in the comparisons, a lot rounder faces where these are more ruler, vertical, rectangular faces. But yeah, at best it feels like they're playing catch up and just improving the graphics a little bit. Still not good enough. Really, it doesn't come off as good of a quality as one would like. Here we can see the review from Video Games Chronicle saying that it's a 4 out of 5 stars. I imagine people who are fans of the wrestling games have been sold on the wrestling games for years and nothing would change their mind. Yeah, they say it isn't a massive overhaul, but it does improve an already great game. Which, yeah. There seems to be really no reason, though, that anybody new would be sold on playing the wrestling game. And yeah, it's worth pointing out that this is the new art where they covered up Brock Lesnar because they're expunging him from mention, and Vince McMahon is being expunged from mentions due to sexual deviancy accusations between the two. Yeah, I don't know what really you could do to make somebody who really isn't into wrestling want to play a wrestling game or even get into wrestling. We might see a new generation grow up being interested in wrestling now that it's going to Netflix, and that's probably their best bet, is just to get the kids when they're young and get a new generation. I don't think there's a lot you can do to convince older people to get into wrestling. Convince the kids, maybe then you'd convince the parents to watch with the kids. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle has an article here. The Halo co-composer Marty O'Donnell is running for Congress as a Republican candidate. The subheadline here is, "I never wanted to be a politician, and I still don't," end quote. Which is not a great way to run your congressional run. Without getting too political, I imagine this is a case where he is not satisfied with the current Republican leaders, but still either runs in an area that is heavily going to win on Republican straight ticket voting, or he believes in at least some of the core values of the Republican Party. Otherwise, you would expect the more liberal game developers in general would run as a Democrat. I probably shouldn't speculate, though. We can just read the headline here. The quote, "I'm tired of seeing the leaders of our country being influenced by toxic divisions that are tearing apart our families and societies. It's time for me to step up and do my civic duty to give back and try and change things for the better. If not me, who? If not now, when?" Yeah. If you're not in the United States, or if you're not familiar with the United States politics, gerrymandering is a thing that is often done in Republican areas where there is almost a 0% chance that a Democrat would win in that area. It can be done by Democrats in Democratic areas too, but it definitely seems like it is more part of the Republican Party's playbook. So it's not insane to have more liberal or Democratic Party ideals and still run as a Republican, knowing that that is your only chance. Inherently, also, if you're in a gerrymandered region, it's not insane to vote in the Republican primary and vote for what would be called a spoiler candidate to sabotage the primary, and then vote Democratic in the general election. So, in the example, if you were in a region in the United States that is going to go for Republicans, whoever the Republican candidate is from the primary, this generally means there's going to be a lot of people that go into the voting booth and just check vote all Republican candidates, which in some regions it's insane that that's there. It's a little insane that they even let the politicians label themselves as being a Republican or Democrat. It would make a lot more sense if it wasn't football teams and you had to actually memorize the name of the people, or at the very least walk in with a list of who you wanted to vote for, which technically they'll try and stop you if you walked in with a voting list too, which nothing would really stop you from having a list in your pocket, but they don't like even that, because they're allegedly afraid of people paying people to vote one way or the other, which inherently people are paying for people to vote, because they're paying millions of dollars to make commercials and ads to convince people to vote. So why not just directly pay the voters at a certain point and bribe them? It would be better for the individual voters. But yeah, in the example, if you're in a gerrymandered region and you want Trump not to succeed, you would have had to, your best bet would have been to vote in the Republican primary. Say you want a Republican primary ticket, and then voted for, at the time it would have been somebody like Nikki Haley or DeSantis, and then during the general election where the votes really count, you would probably want to vote your conscience and vote for the person you actually wanted to win. But yeah, a lot of people don't understand that concept or don't want to go through the hassle of that concept, and so then you have a lot of people in gerrymandered regions that just throw away their vote in the primary because it doesn't matter. There was no chance, for instance, in this most recent primary, in the Democratic primary, there's nobody really even running against Biden. So, voting in the primary for Biden. Now, where it gets more complicated in US politics, and this is going to be a lesson that I finished pretty quickly, is if you're talking local politics. And local politics almost certainly is where more things will be passed that actually directly influence you, and might be the point where the next president 10 years down the line comes from. So if you're following local politicians and you want to support those local politicians, then you really have to be in the primary that those local politicians are running in to vote for them. So if you're looking for your mayors, your city council, your judges, things like that, and you want them to be Democratic Party candidates, or they happen to be Democratic Party candidates, then you do have to vote in the Democratic primary to support them, even if you are in a gerrymandered, a Republican Party gerrymandered region. Although you could still try to do spoiler candidates on those levels too, it just may not work anywhere as well. And thus ends my understanding of US politics, which is way more than anybody wants to think about or talk about, I'm sure. It isn't 100% the case that every single person in video games is a bleeding heart liberal on the left and a Democrat. It seems like it's the case, but there are a lot of quiet Republicans in there. It makes some sense to the more right-leaning people, because game developers tend to also be a little bit more successful, a little bit richer, and that's where a lot of Republican ideas fall in line, certainly. When you personally are successful, when you personally are rich, your focus often does align with Republicans who promise to cut taxes for the rich and live in a mentality that everybody can pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and thus social services and support services like food stamps are just not necessary. It'll be interesting to see if this goes anywhere, but I imagine it actually won't go anywhere. Like, unless this guy has been squeaky clean and he has no Twitter where people can pull up jokes or inappropriate things, my imagination runs wild as far as anybody in the game industry who had a Twitter, and that they would just have so much ammunition that could be used against them compared to anybody else. That being said, there are also a lot of candidates that are just way worse as far as what they posted on Twitter. So Mardion Donnell as a Republican candidate might be a very neutral middle ground character that might have some appeal. So it'll be interesting to see if that goes anywhere. Although it does seem a little bit late for him to announce his running. This is in Nevada's 3rd congressional district, which yeah, I think outside of Vegas, Nevada probably is more Republican run, but I might have that backwards. He intends to run in November against Democrat Susie Lee. Well, hopefully they'll follow up on this. It is also worth pointing out Video Games Chronicle is a more UK focused website, and they've never really talked about any video game person running for any kind of political office in the UK, which either means it hasn't happened or they've just not chosen to talk about it. Let's see, the Fallout Amazon Prime TV series is, to move away from that, putting out some advertisements here. It's just a little, I guess, pin-up art is what you might call it. Doesn't really feel to me like they've put out anything particularly interesting, though, as far as new images or trailers. Yeah, I just don't know about a Fallout TV series. At best case scenario, it's going to be something like the Walking Dead series that just manages to get enough viewership to keep on going, and in worst case scenario, it's just going to be canceled after one season. So hopefully it tells a complete story in that one season would be my best hope. I mean, sure, they want it to be as successful as Last of Us, but if they do what Last of Us did, then it won't really be a Fallout series at all. And maybe that is the gimmick, is that they'll have just a little bit of surface level connection to a Fallout game and then just tell their own story, which maybe that will be better. TubeBuddy had this best cameras for video podcast in 2024, and I would say the Osbot Tiny 2 and similar cameras that are pan, tilt, and zoom and have just, I don't want to say AI, they have automatic face tracking built in, are kind of nice. And this is coming from somebody who doesn't use a webcam at all. But yeah, I would suggest this might be what you would want if you're going to walk around and present anything. Otherwise, you probably want one of these, and all of these are going to be fairly expensive pieces of hardware, so you're almost certainly going to start with like a $50 webcam, Logitech webcam, or even an old phone camera looking at you if you can wire and run the right programs to make that happen. I would imagine you're talking about $300 for this beginner's favorite, and then you're probably getting up to $500 or $600 without a lens in this camera. Maybe $500 or $600 with a starter lens on this camera, and then I imagine you're up to $800 to $1,000 on this camera, and this probably should be about $150. But noticeably, this is doing something very different than the others, in that it has a pan to go left and right, a tilt to go up and down, and a zoom to zoom in the lens in and out, where none of these other cameras really automatically do that, or even easily do that. They don't have, you would have to attach extra expensive attachments to it to make it be able to pan or tilt or zoom. On the other hand, this one, these all probably have standard camera mounts, where this may not have the 3mm, I think it is, screw at the bottom to mount it. Marvel Snap put out an update. I guess this is me just mentioning that Marvel Snap still exists. It's going to be Avengers versus X-Men in the upcoming season. The attention or the idea around Marvel Snap, I think, has completely gone away. I haven't heard anybody say that they're still playing it, or and they definitely haven't updated it with any new interesting gameplay mechanics that would make me want to go back to it. Now the funny thing is that there still on some level is an idea of having shorter rounds and less turns in a card game. I just think they went too far with it. It was too much change too fast. So if I was going to try to make a card game, I might try to steal the idea of shorter rounds from Marvel Snap, but I'd almost certainly not steal anything else from them. And noticeably, the Marvel part of this is not selling. And I think that probably highlights the fact that Marvel itself just doesn't really sell. Only the Marvel movies kind of sell, and even they have lost a lot of appeal. Yeah, I'm scrolling back all the way to like January 1st here, and there's a lot of art and a lot of cards. But the last time they talked about an update is just like January 4th. Yeah, nothing here interests me at all. Which is a shame, because I really thought Marvel Snap might have been something. I'd hoped it would have been something. The Wulong Fallen Dynasty is doing a first anniversary giveaway. I don't feel like that's why I clicked on this though. I probably just clicked on this art and didn't know what game it was. No. Team Ninja retweeted here that the Ninja Gaiden series was 20 years old, and that's why I clicked on this. Which, unfortunately, on that, they're not doing anything around Ninja Gaiden, and instead they're doing other games. Promoting other games, Wulong Fallen Dynasty, and I think this is Rise of the Ronin. Team Ninja very much making Japanese focus games. Seems kind of pointless to celebrate a 20th anniversary of the game without making any announcements of like a remake or a re-release or having any plans to do anything with that IP. It is kind of crazy that we're getting to the point where games are like 20 years old. And some games are certainly older. Refused Classification pointed out that the Japanese game Sympathy Kiss from 2024 has been banned in Australia after being submitted by Reef Games. English versions were released on the Nintendo Switch last week. The September's 2023 decision has just been added to the classification board's database. Sympathy Kiss would be a either otome or yaoi visual novel. I would imagine it's an otome visual novel because you have some female presenting legs here amongst these anime boys. Do we have a general idea as to why it was refused classification? No. It says for further information regarding the reason of this decision, please contact us, and then no contact information. They're basically telling Idea Factory to contact them, I guess. Yeah. So we have no idea specifically why it's being refused classification. But you could assume that there is probably just an anti-Japanese element to it, because Australia in particular does kind of hate everything Japanese. The Australian government kind of hates everything Japanese. I don't know if the Australian people really do. Moving on, this is going to be a long one once again. Here you have the Nintendo Switch, launched 7 years ago today. This, I think, is an older, this would have been yesterday. And they're trying to get, Video Games Chronicles trying to get comments and retweets, and not really getting anywhere with that as far as interaction. I guess I should be pretty happy about the low amount of interactions I get on Twitter when I see other people getting like massive amounts of views, 35,000 views, and only 21 comments and 56 retweets, 246 hearts, 6 bookmarks. But yeah, Nintendo Switch is old. EA's Star Wars strategy game is still in development following the Respawn cancellation. The game was announced alongside Jedi 3 and Respawn's now cancelled first-person shooter. I don't know if this is supposed to be a screenshot actually of that strategy game, or if this is just a random Star Wars screenshot. And then Ghost of Tsushima's PC port could reportedly surface next week, according to Video Games Chronicle. Which, okay. There are too many Japanese games that I'm gonna have to get straight in my head, as far as Ghost of Tsushima, Wulong Fallen Dynasty, Rise of the Ronin. There's several going on there. It wouldn't be too hard, frankly, though, to get them straight. Just look at the user reviews, and the ones that are reviewed well would be the ones that would go to my wish list. I did manage to have some extra time today and went through my fall list to clean things up a little bit, and I do think I'll probably make some special effort to clean up my fall list more. I definitely am going to have to think about what is the best way to use the fall list going forward, and like eliminate games that I really don't care about being on the fall list, even if it does mean I might make multiple YouTube shorts. At this point, I'm not concerned if I make even 3 or 4 YouTube shorts in a over the course of several hundred other YouTube shorts and just repeat things, because it's unlikely anybody's going to really complain. If people are going to complain about the vast number of YouTube shorts I make, they're just going to be complaining about the number. They're not going to be complaining about repeats. And yeah, YouTube shorts still come off as being very easy to make and very successful for the amount of effort I'm using to make them. Video Games Chronicle says EA is confident that Dragon Age Dreadwolf will release this year, it's been claimed. We're still very much in the rumor mill category with a lot of news, and I question if maybe this is the way video game news is just going to go, is that it has just evolved or devolved into people reporting on rumors a lot more often because there's just nothing else to report on, or competition just being so fierce that people are going to report on rumors more often. Let's see, Censored Gaming, Dan, the guy who runs Censored Gaming, put out a video update talking about his mold problems and his respiratory infections, showing off the mold on all of his stuff. And then I assume he tried to kind of pivot here. Noticeably, he's pushing like Ko-fi and Patreon, whereas this post here doesn't push that, this post doesn't push that, so he's evolving his way. And in fairness, his post probably should always have this bottom part of become a Patreon and self-promotion. But it does also come off as he pulled one out of nowhere on this story, to that this would have been a story could have been reported on a few days earlier or a few days later. The video is called How, quote, White Skin is Changed in Some Translations of Japanese Games. In particular, he's talking about when Japanese characters compliment another Japanese character on having pale white skin, which there's hundreds of years traditions of Japanese geishas and Japanese women having pale white makeup and putting it on, and that being a symbol of beauty. This potentially happening even before the island of Japan really even were dealing with Western and white people that much. And yeah, there are overly ambitious translators or overly cautious translators who will remove that phrase when maybe you translate it, if you're going to translate it at all, from saying I love your white skin to saying I love your pale skin, or I love your tan. But you can't really say tan because that would mean the opposite. It is definitely the kind of translation that maybe you should put an asterisk next to it and explain there's a culture of Japanese people buying, and Asian people in general just buying skin paling creams to make their skin pale and white. I imagine some of that standard of beauty comes straight from the fact that there probably is more sunlight, thus in the areas of Asia closer to the equator than, say, northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere, like the UK and in North Europe. Those would be places where it'd be very pale, dim, so you couldn't get enough sunlight to have a tan. Because there's more sunlight closer to the equator, the working class then would have more tans to contrast that. So somebody who is rich, who doesn't go outside and work in the rice fields, would have pale skin. Somebody who is rich would also be the type of person who would promote the standard of beauty, and thus, if you have pale skin, that shows you're of a higher status, a higher class, thus you're thought to be more beautiful. That is almost certainly where it evolves from. It's highly unlikely it has anything to do with a desire to be pale around, say, like interacting with what would have been the British Empire at the time, because at the time during the British Empire that they would have been interacting with British women, I don't think they would have been really powdering and peeling themselves up to that level. Yeah. So it's an interesting watch, certainly, and it is focused more specifically around the phrase being translated. It mentions and shows that there are other fads of hyper tanning and over tanning as far as the gals in Japan. I think that's what they're called, just gals, in which they look so spray tanned that they're basically orange, and it comes off dangerously close to blackface. That too, not really their intention. So in Japan, there definitely have been fads around spray tanning more recently, where the paling of having pale skin has been a longer running standard of beauty. But yeah, an interesting watch, and he makes his videos fairly short. Anyway, it's 1:45, so I'd say go check it out. Also, if you want to support him in his, yet again, a time of need, he clearly is in need. I don't know if half of his problems aren't his own, but the fact that his Airbnb was full of mold and that it probably sprung up after a rainy, damp season, so it probably did just spring up very quickly on him. I mean, I can't really blame him too much on that. I just don't think. I think there probably is a case here that he's young and he just doesn't know how to run his life as well as people would like him to. I would like him to. But also, I don't feel like he's just scamming here. So I would say support Censored Gaming. I still very much wish somebody would just hire him and make him the full-time editor and pay him enough to make a living. I'd also say, because he's living in the UK, him living in a mold-infested Airbnb and struggling to find housing and good housing, safe housing, is probably an issue that is a big problem in the UK. They definitely have stuck to the idea of having and maintaining very, very old houses when they really need to tear down entire cities and rebuild them as big, giant condos like some of the Asian countries have done. They just need new, better technology to make their houses airtight and watertight, and they need to build much more housing, and they need to give up the idea of the old school feel on the outside. Moving on, a side-scrolling Metroidvania game called Summer Echoes has been announced for PC. This looks slightly interesting, although probably not big news. Like, I probably just clicked on this link because it caught my attention. Now, what I like about this, and this is a Gematsu article, is that it feels like they've taken the idea of a Metroid game and said, how can you make a Metroid game but take it from being a sci-fi game into a more fantasy game and give it its own kind of unique feel. And so now you have what looks like a spear wielding Valkyrie type character so running around, but she has like dash moves, she has wall run moves, she throws the spear and then can double jump. Wonder if you have to retrieve the spear. Seems like you might. Seems like there's some spots where you bounce to get double jumps. Now, even in Metroid games, there is a problem in some spots where you're just standing in one spot and shooting over and over and over again. If you were just throwing spears over and over again, that might be slightly concerning. But yeah, that does look interesting. And yeah, I'm always looking for some good Metroid-like games on PC. Unfortunately, of the few I've tried, I haven't been incredibly happy with them. But I also wasn't even super happy with Metroid Dread, so I'm not really sure if I actually am the right target audience for Metroid games in the first place, or I may just be too demanding. And then we had talked about in the previous stream that Octopath Traveler seemed to have been relabeled as being published by Square Enix instead of Nintendo on the ESRB websites, I believe is where the relabeling is placed. While as what seems to be a follow-up to that story, Octopath Traveler has now been delisted on the Nintendo eShop. So my suspicion is that Square Enix is going to announce and relist Octopath Traveler, but it doesn't seem like it's being done as a particularly smooth transition. It might be a case that Octopath Traveler is going to just leave the Nintendo eShop and go to other consoles, and that this is some kind of weird breakup that Square Enix is doing with Nintendo for some reason I couldn't possibly explain. This screenshot of Octopath Traveler really highlights the weirdness around Octopath Traveler, and that if I'm remembering correctly, this is a game where you can pick any of these characters and then you start the game from their perspective in the story, and then you come across the other characters later, which might make an argument that you need to play the game 8 different times to get all the story, which I don't think the game is short enough to really justify that. I'd also say one of these characters is in bright red clothing, where everything else is in very much pale muted brown clothing. You have some purple here that stands out a little bit too. But yeah, this lady stands out far more than any of the other characters, who kind of fall into the background. This one in particular, just well into the background. But yeah, I guess it will be a case and that we'll have to see if the story evolves any further from that. Let's see. Alright. Well, I think what I'm going to do here is... Oh, here's an interesting story I just saw. Baldur's Gate 3 physical Xbox release is going to run on 4 discs. I did hear some news around them potentially making a new technology. Hopefully they can get it out in the next 5 years and not the next 10 to 20. But this new technology would allow for like 500 gigabytes per disc, and the technology is not too different from what your standard 4-layer Blu-ray discs. I guess UHD Blu-ray discs really only go up to 4 layers at this point. But yeah, 500 gigabytes is quite a lot of space, and it does bring a solution to a problem that a lot of people have, as far as being able to actually back up a hard drive once again on just a few discs. I could back up all of the videos that I record for YouTube, for instance. And yeah, I could easily back up like a month or two's worth of video on a 500 gigabyte disc and feel a lot safer. I'm noticing on the Twitch chat it says welcome to the chat room, then it says new, then it says welcome to the chat room, then it says welcome to the chat room. So I wonder if it's just disconnecting and reconnecting. That being said, there's not any chat messages on Twitch to respond to, and I've never seen anything there. I wonder if welcome to the chat room pops up every time somebody jumps into the stream and watches it. Here we have another story that has just occurred. The Switch emulator creator has settled the Nintendo lawsuit for $2.4 million. Yuzu creator Tropic Haze must no longer offer the emulator. Which there seems to be at some point a law that was added. I don't know when this happened, where if a software is used just to facilitate piracy mainly, or it can be attacked in the courts easier than just saying that some actual damages were made. I imagine the case here should have gone to court, and we probably should have gotten more of an argument, more of a fight here, but Yuzu apparently had $2.4 million, or doesn't care that it's going to owe $2.4 million in damages to settle this. Maybe settling early is the smarter move anyways. Tropic Haze as a company might have other things. Yeah. So what this seems to have been the case is that now if you want to go download Yuzu, don't try and just search it. You're going to have to go to probably some dark web websites and download it from there, or a torrent site or something like that to get Yuzu, because Nintendo is going to get all the websites and domains and information. Meanwhile, Nintendo is getting $2.4 million in damages, and almost certainly did more than $2.4 million worth of damage to themselves by claiming that the Legends of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was pirated over 1 million times in the week and a half before its release, which maybe it really was. But yeah, on the face of it, I would have liked to see more details about, was Yuzu really doing anything that felt like it should have been illegal to me, or were they just making an emulator that happened to be good, and then people were pirating, individual people were pirating and using pirated ROMs on the emulator. But yeah, almost certainly you would think that this settlement is coming also from the fact that they somehow managed to put somebody in jail, actual jail, for a civil financial crime of copyright infringement, and so maybe they were so afraid of that that they were willing to settle for $2.4 million. I still imagine Nintendo will never see a dime of that $2.4 million, and that it is just a made-up number. But yeah, Yuzu clearly did not want to fight that in court, or maybe Nintendo somehow convinced them to not fight it in court. Okay. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pause the recording and take a little bit of a break, and then I'm going to come back and we'll go through all the new games on Steam. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. One sec, I have to just pull up the other chat just to be certain we're looking at both chats. So yeah, Uh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm out of sorts here. I'm thinking about different things and trying to remember what I was talking about a few minutes ago. Oh, yeah. It occurred to me when I paused the recording here that I am going to have to make different chapter markers based on whether I pause the recording or not. So I'll have to make two separate files. One for the live stream, which is going to be based off the live stream time, which does not include when I pause the recording, and then one for the recording that would subtract any time that it's been paused. That's not hard to do. I just didn't consider that that would be the case as far as what we have to do. But yeah, if I upload the recordings and I'm going to put chapter markers in them, they would be totally off if I used the times from the streams anytime I paused, even by a few seconds. So now we're going to look at all the games on Steam. I'm moving around these interstitial icons and trying to disable the changing of the banners. The final version of this, as I'm working just in small bits and pieces every stream, will be once we get to this spot where it says all new games on Steam, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel should disappear in the top right corner, but the banners at the top, the scrolling tickers, should stay the same. I'm gonna abandon the idea of having banners at the top for looking at games or for reading headlines in favor of what we're doing now. Speaking of stuff that could be abandoned, certainly there's a lot of text here explaining a lot of stuff that maybe I'm not even really using here. Games that are quickly evaluated to be added to the fall list is still true. Any game of interest is also made into a YouTube short. That's still true. Evaluations are based on my opinion on first impressions. Still true. Games with generic or mismatched visuals are called asset flips. Games with generic 8 or 16-bit RPG visuals are called RPG Maker style, or just RPG Maker. The style I don't ever actually use. Games with dark screenshots have dark screenshot syndrome. I haven't really had to talk about dark screenshot syndrome. Games with 2D bright color palettes are considered anime style. Kawaii anime style characters are short and anatomically inaccurate characters. Kawaii being the Japanese word for cute. Moe anime style characters are even shorter and more anatomically inaccurate. Typically these are the characters that look like they're kids by most people's description, and often are children, but sometimes aren't. And there are definitely anime styles out there that would not fall into the moe category that depict children. And then even smaller, even shorter, and even more anatomically inaccurate are the chibi anime style characters, where typically it is they get shorter and their heads get bigger down the scale. Games with 3D CGI natural color palettes are considered realistic style, and mostly that was for like 3D CGI adult visual novels that I was using that descriptor, so that probably could be left. And then hentai games are heavily sexual in nature and typically in an anime style, and again, YouTube has made it clear to me that they don't want me even talking about adult games, so these last 3 lines here could probably be removed as far as a descriptor goes. because when we start going through the games, none of them will really fall under those last three descriptors. So first of all, we look at the games that we already decided we were going to make YouTube shorts on, and some of these I accidentally probably took off the fall list when they should be still on the fall list. See, one of the things that I was struggling with while going through the fall list is figuring out whether I should keep things that don't have actual release dates on the fall list or not. And at a certain level, I guess if I'm interested, I should keep them on the fall list, but also I definitely have a bit of a desire to not have just games that may never come out, because that is part of the consideration here. Do I really want this on the fall list? I guess I'll be generous and say yes. I'm gonna say no to this. This one almost reaches the level of Dark Screenshot Syndrome, but more, this is just a generic horror looking game. Generic puzzle game. Then we have visual novels, which we have no idea about. I kind of like the art style of these characters. It looks different. An Easter Bunny fighting game. It's an interesting thought, certainly, but this is not polished enough to say yes to. There probably should be a short, piffy descriptor. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to this. Of what the horror games are. What has constantly been the problem with horror games on Steam is that they often look good enough that they might be good, but the vast majority of them never get any reviews to the level that prove that they actually are good. And I imagine the vast majority of them are actually not good. I almost want to say yes to this. Is this in English? Yeah. Another thing, when I was doing the fall list cleanup, I'm going to say no to anything that's already that negative, is there's a lot of games that were just free on the fall list too. And so if they're just free, I should just add them to my library. That is going to increasingly become the way that I'm going to get the numbers up. And I think I'm going to say no to this one too. Yeah, the number of games I own up is just by collecting a bunch of free games. That then gives me some more variety on games to play, even though most of the free games are probably not going to be that relevant or things that I ever would prove or desire to really have any desire to actually cover. This looks like this is an asset flip game where it's robotic women slash wasps slash woman frog in this one. So these different kind of half woman, half machine, half insect. But the screenshots sell it very poorly as a game, so I'm not interested in actually playing it. And inherently, all I can do is look at the screenshots. So if a game actually plays really well, but doesn't have good screenshots. I'll just never know. One of the big stories, and I don't believe I talked about this, is a follow-up to a story we did talk about in the last stream, in that there were 2 games briefly labeled as Helldivers 2 on Steam. From what one YouTuber said, it seems to be that exactly one person was behind that, and that one person seemed to have really had a massive amount of games on Steam, like 800 games. So the fallout from that seems to be that 800 games have been delisted from Steam, but this scam seems to not really have been curtailed completely at this point. Because according to this YouTuber, what people have figured out to do, and maybe they've figured this out for a long time, is that they can make a generic game that's not that good, let's say like Paragon Slots here, and then they can change who the developer is, they can change who the publisher is. Apparently this one person changed their name to be Valve at some point, and they can just take a game like Paragon Slots, change the name, change the icon, change the description to Helldivers 2, and then just scam not so much the people who would buy the game directly on Steam and then get an instant refund. They are scamming people who would buy key packages and key bundles on third-party key sellers. So on that third-party key seller site, Paragon Slots would be labeled and look like Helldivers 2, and people would buy it for a high price and then never get the refund back. Another aspect on this scam seems to be that, let's just face it, a lot of these are Russian scammers doing this. They have games that are listed at extremely high prices, $80 or higher, and then they do regional pricing in Russia specifically, or whatever country you're going to be in, to buy the game yourself with fake accounts for like 62 cents, and then review it positively to give it the appearance of being a highly positively reviewed game. But what you're doing effectively is locking anybody else from buying the game and reviewing it because it's at such a high price. Although that logic kind of falls apart, because then if you are locking in your game with high reviews that are fake reviews because nobody else is willing to buy it, well then nobody else would be willing to buy it even with the positive reviews. So at some point you've got to probably pull the trigger and reduce the price from being $80 to being like $20, and then that's when your scam's final step would come in and you'd get people to buy it. Although it might also be a case that you are just interested in selling keys on third-party sites, so it may not matter if you're not getting purchase sales at $80 directly from Steam because you're manipulating the key sites. Inherently, if this YouTuber is correct in what he's describing as far as what went on there, Steam needs to really crack down more on the third-party key sites, and they haven't been successful at doing that so far, or really seem to try. And yeah, for your average Steam user, if you're just buying games on Steam, it hasn't been a problem. The first thing, though, Valve could easily do, Steam could easily do, is you shouldn't be allowed to change your publisher name. Like, particularly, it seemed like this scammer was able to change the publisher name multiple times in a short period of time. Somebody should be looking at that. You shouldn't be allowed to change your publisher name to Valve and publisher names that already exist, that doesn't make any sense. There should be some features that a Steam Direct user releases can't do compared to what Valve could do, or say first party publishers could do. I imagine Sony and Microsoft and EA and Ubisoft all have special relationships, and they should be given special leniencies on changing things, but even in that, they don't need to change the publisher's name. Nobody needs to change the publisher name. Let's see. Do I want to say yes to this? I don't think so. But yeah, there should be a percentage difference that is calculated on what you update and change your game as. There should be hashes being done for visual hashes. There's different metrics you can do there for visual similarity for screenshots. So it's not just a case where somebody could download a screenshot and upload the same file, or download it and crop it a little bit so it would have a different file hash. You should be able to do some visual comparison there. Every change should be approved by somebody at working for Valve, where they look at what the game used to look like and they look at what the page looks like now, and if there are significant differences, there should be a red flag happening before it goes live on Steam. There's just obviously some level of lack of oversight that's happening with Steam, and if Valve doesn't address it, then confidence is going to be shaken. This is a Japanese Korean only game, but it's free, which is interesting that the price is free. It looks like it's a RPG game with some dialogue, and I kind of like the art style. This is a different kind of hidden object game. Oh, and I'll give that a chance, just because it looks slightly different. But yeah, Valve cannot consistently be this bad. It needs to get better. And then on those aspects, it's not even a matter of curation, because certainly I could make an argument that a game like this called The Idol, that is just an idle clicker and looks like nothing anybody would really want to play, might still have a few people who want to play it. So that might just be a matter of taste. But there are some pretty logical, obvious things that Valve could do to stop outright crazy people from poisoning the well and doing real damage to the marketplace that is Steam. There already are a decent number of people who, opinion-wise, are poisoning the well. For instance, a furry game here that is match 3 just doesn't feel like it really should exist, and at the very least, it doesn't feel like it should exist outside of the adult section, where there's obviously some adult nude patches or DLC here. Right? This is the kind of game that just doesn't make any logical sense to exist outside of the adult section. If it's going to go that direction, it should go that direction. That being said, there's too many furry games on Steam for as small as the furry community seems to be. Yeah, I don't think real furries are buying these games. I don't think much of anybody is buying these games. This is a shame. Thought this Welcome to Paradise might be something of interest. Yeah. On some levels, I guess this is what I'm making as an argument as far as the adult content is that there is a tendency to be a lack of gentle, comforting, loving porn, the kind of porn that your average female might be more interested in, and there tends to be a much higher amount of like aggressive bondage, abusive porn on porn sites. It is even to a further extreme a similar case as far as adult games on Steam. There's just a high level of niches being pandered to, or at least seem like they're being pandered to, with there being very little of the vanilla stuff, to the point where what the vanilla stuff is almost non-existent. Yeah, which just widens the gap in the bridge to the idea of any romance actually existing in a rated T for teen or M for mature game that isn't also an adult game. Although the main problem there is still the ESRB, just absolutely not allowing any kind of romantic interaction at all, and heavily, or at least heavily discouraging any romantic interaction. And yeah, I kind of question if that isn't hurting society overall, in that there is just this lack of, I guess this is supposed to be NT instead of PT. There's just a lack of romance in many forms of entertainment these days, to the point where, yeah, even if you're interested in romance stories, it's hard to find a good venue outside of maybe books. And kids these days don't want sex scenes awkwardly put into their movies, but I think that's being interpreted perhaps in too extreme way to imply they don't want any romance at all. I imagine kids probably don't care or happy like when Captain America had a romance with Peggy Carter in the Marvel movies. But in fairness, if in the Marvel movies they had awkwardly put a sex scene between Captain America and Peggy Carter into the movie, that would have felt incredibly out of place. I don't get how old this character is supposed to be. This game doesn't look good, but then you have this character with like a butterfly tattoo on her face, and then you have like spaghetti string shirt and quite a neckline here, but then she's wearing a backpack, unless that's supposed to be a cat carrier type backpack. The hair is all purple, so by depicting the character awkwardly and just asset flipping, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to react to seeing that character. or how I'm supposed to interpret what I'm seeing. Still seeing increasing numbers of garbage games. I probably, after playing Divide by Sheep, should try and find a good math game on Steam, just as a comparison. This looks like a Pokemon clone, but it is very poorly received. Is there a specific reason? Pay to win Pokemon clone. Very, very low catch rate. Oh, okay, I see why. It's free to play with in-app purchases. It's kind of funny, after Palworld has kind of died down now and nobody's really got anything new to say about Palworld, the next the next Pokemon clone or Pokemon lookalike game to come out is a pay-to-win game. Mask game. I'm gonna put this on the fall list and see if it gets reviewed. This is another example. I guess what I'm deciding here as I go through all the games that come out on Steam is that if something is possibly free, yeah, we're seeing a lot of asset flip games today too, but yeah, if something's free and interesting enough that I might want to play it, but not interesting enough to make a YouTube short on it, I may just skip promoting the game via YouTube short, and that may just be okay. Here's a good example of what almost certainly is an asset flip horror game. So I guess it is probably a case that there should be a, let's see, this is another one of these games that definitely feels like it should be in the adult section. With this one game over screenshot, at least. This might be one of those games where every time you lose, there's some humiliating position the character is put in. They're definitely talking about the skin. Although, take note here you have a character that like barely has boobs, medium-sized boobs, big boobs. How would the character deeply experience the continuous growth from A cup to G cup, help you better understand the world of inspectors. You see, this is a Chinese game, so I bet there isn't actually any nudity in here. Now, again, this is probably the kind of game that shouldn't bother to make a YouTube short on. Probably not a game I probably should bother to even put on the follow list. Yeah. Here's another game that feels like it should be in the adult section. Yeah. Increasingly, I guess the thought here is that I'm going to just have to embrace the fact that I can't be as fair as I would like to be, and that there's just no real way to be fair at all. Some games are going to get YouTube shorts, some are not. Some games are going to get promoted, some are not. Some games are going to be overlooked by me, some are not. my desire to cover games is far, far higher than the amount of time and energy I really have to play games, and there are just an entire scale of better games than a lot of the games that I consider playing by putting on the fall list, or even a lot of the games that are even on the wish list that are good enough for me to play. I still am very much leaning into the region of AA, AAA games. I'm not trying to be an exclusive to indie games or exclusive to small, lesser known games. I don't know why I did that. Now I'm gonna be... I have no idea where I am. There we are. I clicked too far to the right on my list of tabs, which also showed me that there's a lot of games here still to go through. Yeah, and inherently this is weird, because what would your average gamer say? That there are no games in January and February and early March of every year, that there's nothing new to play, there's nothing new to talk about, and yet there are hundreds of games that come out on Steam potentially not being seen by more than a dozen people on the entire planet, possibly only being seen by me, but honestly I think I'm gonna back away from that assumption, or that possibility, and assume that there's at least 11 other people who are crazy enough to do what I do and just look at every game that comes out on Steam. Maybe not the same 11 people every time. But yeah, there is this weird gap between people who do have a decent point when they say there's nothing relevant or good to play, and the reality that there is a lot of games coming out. And it's not really my place or Valve's place to try and curate and say, well, none of these games are good enough to be on Steam. Although, at some level, Valve does have some standards, but not very many. But you can tell that when there is a financial incentive, which there is, even if you're giving a game for free, there's an assumption there you're trying to get some kind of prestige to potentially monetize it in the future. I'm going to give this a chance. It's probably nothing. Here we have a free visual novel that's, what language? Japanese only? I'm surprised to see free visual novels in Japanese, because I wouldn't have really put it. I wouldn't have really thought that there would have been Japanese companies that would have been willing to put out anything for free. You have to pay for everything in Japan, it seems like. Yeah. And there is obviously a big difference between what reaches the front page and what even reaches the curators field, and I guess that is what Valve is trying to do, is it's trying to get people to go through the curators field, the curator feed, not field. But Valve hasn't really done a good job of motivating people to go through the curating feed, particularly since you need average gamers to go through the curation feeds, and so you basically need to bribe them to look at new games. Inherently, if somehow Valve could get YouTube to show ads and then have people thumbs up or thumbs down ads for games in between watching other kinds of content on YouTube, that would work. But yeah, there's not really a way that Valve could afford to run commercials for people who are putting the games on their storefront for $100. And Valve itself doesn't have a video content that people want to watch, really. That just publishers and developers of games streaming videos. If Valve did go into the direction of trying to be like Twitch, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. If Valve bought Twitch, then you could merge the two together. You could definitely have advertisements in between, in each commercial break, for games coming out on Steam and new and old games on Steam. And then that would give you an avenue to say, hey, we need to make more variety in commercials, so let's just highlight some game. That might be a fairly win-win situation, honestly. But then Valve would have to actually want to do something, which would be the first problem. They don't really want to do things. And then the second part is that they would have to be able to afford being like Twitch, and Twitch itself has yet to make profit. So there's that too, is still a problem. Alright, so that was a kind of massive amount of games, 20, 30, that we were left with when everything was said and done, as far as making YouTube shorts around it. So now we should be able to get through the rest of this, hopefully a little bit faster. Let's see where we are on peaks. Counter-Strike 2 still going very strong. Helldivers 2 in the 4th spot, going kind of, well, going very strong for them. Helldivers 2, I think, still suffering probably from a player cap. Even if they have raised the player cap up to maybe 800,000 players, they may have lost so many people in that initial burst of interest that they may have normalized themselves into only 431,000 players in a 24-hour peak, which is still a big amount of time. Lost Epoch seems to be going up a little bit more in its ratings, so that's good. Palworld is down to the 9th spot at this point. The Source software development kit shouldn't really be considered, and there really hasn't been anything new lately to make it to the top 20. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink seems to be falling downward in its player base, which I believe this is probably a single player game, so it would make sense that people would just finish the game and stop playing it, and that it wouldn't consistently have high numbers. Only player versus player games tend to have, or at least co-op games tend to have high numbers, or extremely popular single player games tend to have high numbers. As for my chart, I haven't worked on that in a while. Helldivers is climbing up higher, Apex Legends is going down, Naraka Blade Point is climbing up higher than it's been in quite a while in its history, from as far back as I first sampled it. Palworld's still falling down, down, down. Last Epoch climbing higher from a fall. Baldur's Gate 3 going up and down. Its trend seems to be kind of unique in that people seem to play it and then they stop playing it and then they play it some more and then they stop playing it. I almost wonder if, since Baldur's Gate 3 is based on the Dungeons and Dragons gameplay system, that fans of Baldur's Gate 3 are just used to playing on specific days of the week, and thus the down and upward element. If like Wednesdays is D&D day at every comic book store around the United States, maybe this is the point where everybody plays Baldur's Gate. My chart has finally gotten to the point where it has twisted the dates 100% vertical, and should be, yeah, September 16th was the first date that I started gathering data automatically for this chart. So we still have all the data points. I shouldn't be showing all the data points really. If I squish this even in half and stretch the chart, it would be much easier to read. Plus I need to just kind of adjust the limits because there's just way too many games down here at the bottom to concern about, and too much dead space at the top to be concerned about. Yeah, somewhere around 430,000, 425,000 should be probably the cutoff, but that would put a decent amount of things too high. Of course, there are games that are just way too high, like Counter-Strike 2 is way up there. You can't see that. But yeah, I do need to work on this chart, but it's low priority in favor of making new content and better labeling videos. We have our Steam page here where there's not much going on here. I think they're promoting a new Walking Dead Fear the Living crossover in Call of Duty, which seems like an odd crossover. Helldivers 2 is at the top, Lost Epoch is at the top. So then really the only question is, how far do we have to go to see Palworld? The Dinosaurs versus Robot Fest is still going on. The day of female-led game companies has come and gone. It's not a dating sim, it's a rejection sim. Interesting. Class of 09. Trying to ruin somebody's dating life. Resident Evil Village 7 for $30. That would be a good deal. I'm assuming though that you would still want to save for the summer festival, summer sale, but there is this case where a lot of these games that go on sale a few weeks before the summer festival aren't actually on sale during the Steam summer sale, and I wonder if it kind of feels like we might be getting to the point where, yeah, can I not find Palworld at all? Yeah, it seems like Palworld has dropped even below the top sellers list now. So that's it for Palworld. Yep. it might be the case that if you want to buy, here's Palworld. If you want to buy a AAA game, you might really be in the situation where you need to buy it outside of summer festivals when it's more on a publisher sale or just happens to be on a weekly sale, particularly if you might want to buy a AAA game that is relatively new. It does kind of feel like that might be the case. Here we have a Blaze Blue Entropy effect. Is this in early access? Nope. So we'll put that on the wish list. This is also the way I'm trying to maintain and improve the follow list, is to not to check out games when they're being promoted on the front page. Graphics are terrible, controls are laggy, the character hitboxes are glitchy. Yeah. Here we have something that looks interesting. In class of 09. Instead of playing as some guy magically able to score with beautiful anime girls, you play as the anime girl and create mass chaos in the lives of your potential suitors. Earnest comedy, social accuracy, and late 2000s aesthetics await you in class of 09. Visuals here look rough, and it feels like that is kind of a mean-spirited game. I see why the edgelords might overwhelmingly love this game, but I just don't feel like I'd want to play something like this. This may very well be very funny, particularly in the voice acting and the delivery. But yeah, that definitely doesn't feel like something I want to play. Okay, so now we'll do the clips and hopefully everything will work out. So let's go through all the video game news. It doesn't actually look like there's too much from Video Games Chronicle. Xbox is launching a $700 SpongeBob Special Edition Series X console bundle. Luigi's Mansion 2 HD and Paper Mario remake news could be coming this week. Ransomware group admits its Epic Games hack was a hoax. Here's how every WWE 2K24 wrestler looks compared to 2K23. Halo co-composer Marty O'Donnell is running for Congress as a Republican candidate. EA's Star Wars strategy game is still in development following Respawn cancellation. Ghost of Tsushima's PC port could reportedly surface next week. EA is confident that Dragon Age Dreadwolf will release this year, it's been claimed. Bellertro was removed from several digital stores due to mistaken ratings change. Octopath Traveler has been delisted on the Nintendo eShop. HBO's The Last of Us has cast its Manny, Nora, Mel, and Owen. Sea of Thieves co-developer Radical Forge confirms layoffs. I think I maybe mispronounced a few more words there than I would like, but overall that went well, and that wasn't that long. But yeah, maybe we are getting to a point where news and rumors will start to die down and we can focus more on games. I definitely would prefer to waste time looking at every single game on Steam, even though the vast majority of them are bad, than to waste time talking about layoffs, which is something that's completely out of my control and further away from my desire, which is to play good games. In the long run, people being laid off may affect how many good games are available, but there is certainly a fact here that gamers could stop buying new games for probably a decade and just buy old games on Steam and play them and be just as happy. Although there would need to be some kind of trendsetter that pushed gamers all to one old multiplayer game. Otherwise, people would wander around playing multiple old multiplayer games and there just wouldn't be a big enough community for competition. Let's go through the Gamatsu articles now. It doesn't seem like there's that many either. This again may be the fact that I just started early on Monday and news is just not happening on the weekends anymore. Melatonin is coming to the PS5 on March 12th. Let's see, this looks like a rhythm game is what they said. Rhythm game about dreams and reality. The problem here is I really don't want to play rhythm games. Uses animations and sound cues to keep you on beat without intimidating overlays or interfaces, harmonizing through a variety of dreaming levels containing surprising challenges and hand-drawn art and vibrant music. You know what? I'll give it a chance and put it on the follow list, but it does seem like this is a kind of game, since I have no rhythm, that I would just fail at miserably. Yeah, I'm not even going to put it on the follow list for that reason, but I will make a YouTube short on it. This week's Japanese game releases: Unicorn Overload Fitness Boxing featuring Hatsune Miku, Ishone Exercise, and more. It's probably Ishuni Exercise. Yeah. I'd forgotten they had announced a Hatsune Miku fitness boxing game. It'll be interesting to see if this comes to the West, and if it was going to come to the West, I wouldn't be surprised if they definitely censor up the belly of Hatsune Miku, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they just changed the visuals completely and got rid of Hatsune Miku. I don't think Hatsune Miku is particularly that popular as she was. She's probably still pretty popular as a fake pop idol, but even the software company that made Hatsune Miku, Vocaloid, I believe is the company, they evolved and moved to newer characters and newer voice models that didn't catch on as much. Let's see. They said Ishuni Exercise. Oh, that's the second part of the title. It's Fitness Boxing featuring Hatsune Miku Ishuni Exercise. That's not a different game. I thought that was a different game. I was looking here on the list. And yeah, digital only games on these lists have gotten much more manageable than they used to be. Less games being listed. Although, are they mentioning Steam only games? Let's see. Nope, that doesn't work. So I can't click on the chat. Yeah. One chatter on Twitch so far in 3 streams, and like almost every chatter I've seen on Twitch, it is just a scammer trying to promote free views, boosting viewers for free, which almost certainly is going to end up with your account getting stolen. Like, people complain about scams happening in the comments on YouTube, but it's way worse on Twitch in my experience. There is probably an argument that needs to be made around how anime characters are not human and not anatomically correct in the first place. Let's just go for a second here from top to bottom. Hatsune Miku has incredibly long hair that would go down to her ankles, which is not realistic for the vast majority of people. She has magically floating rings around her hair, and her hair is extremely thin and bundled at the top and then extremely thick and wide at the bottom. She's got bangs that are so low they would be in your eyes. Her eyes are anime eyes that are giant pupils. She has no nose. She has no teeth showing at all. She has an incredibly sharp chin that is not likely. She has a thin neck, and then thin arms, thin shoulders, thin-ish fingers, and then you have almost certainly an unrealistic hourglass shape here, as far as just rather thick hips compared to really thin waist compared to somewhat thick bust size. So my point being here that when you are trying to encourage somebody to exercise, perhaps it's not the best idea to have the trainer or the idealized image of what your body should try to be and try to look like be something that is animated, that is actually impossible. Now, in fairness, if you were to do a fitness boxing class in the real world and go to a gym, you might have a real human trainer who is way healthier than you and has just had lucky genetic dice rolls, so their body shape is perfect and they have chiseled abs and 8-packs and things like that. And that probably is not helpful either. I think if you are going to encourage exercise, particularly in a game that feels like it's targeting kids because it's on the Switch, it probably really isn't. You should have a heavy dose of acceptance and body positivity in general, first and foremost. And yeah, perhaps you should have even a slightly overweight, slightly out of shape character be your guide and have them look worse than the average person who might use this app would look less healthy, look fatter. Otherwise, you do create a game that potentially is either ugly people or unhealthy people, fat people, trying to do fitness boxing, looking at a cartoon super skinny character, hating themselves subconsciously, comparing themselves subconsciously. Or you have beautiful people who have been exercising their whole life and had good genetic dice rolls, and so they are pretty and they have skinniness and things like that, and then they're still probably looking at a unrealistic, anatomically incorrect anime character that looks better than them. And yeah, I would say there's another point that needs to be pointed out more and talked about more. It's just female bodies in particular fall off a cliff at a certain point. It's unfair, but it's true. When women get into their 40s and 50s and 60s, the hormones and chemicals there, the menopause, nothing's gonna stop it. They're gonna get a little chubbier. They're gonna get a little bit fatter. Unless you're getting a massive amount of work done, unless you're exercising like crazy, they just don't maintain that beauty. I'm talking mostly about white women in particular, but I imagine it's most women. Whereas men tend to age much more gracefully. They may go bald, but a lot of men actually look pretty decent bald. They don't tend to just by default bloat up and gain weight. They don't go through a menopause. They don't have massive chemical changes. Men don't have children, so that they're not going through pregnancies, which can definitely change the appearance. And I guess the point I'm trying to make there is that the standard of beauty probably should be something closer to a chubbier female instead of incredibly skinny females, because that is a goal that is unattainable. Anime girls are not attainable to date, despite what weebs would like. And while skinny women do exist in their younger states, they tend not to stay that skinny. Even the skinny women, once they start getting really old, start to just fall apart and look like skeletons, skin and bones. Anyways, that's a sidetrack. Let's continue on. Side-scrolling Metroidvania game Somber Echoes announced for PC. We already looked at this game, but I will definitely want to put it on the follow list and make a YouTube short around it. My only real concern about Somber Echoes is that it might go a little too dark or a little too lewd and then kind of abandon the Metroidvania focus for either a dark visuals, dark narrative focus, or just a lewd focus. Yeah. But I would say you're probably in a good position there. Like, there isn't too extreme on this outfit, and it does actually cover. It kind of looks like an armor based on like a Greek or Roman armor that just happens to be kind of more skin tight. The other thing is you might run into too much variety on the monsters, and that might get a little bit inconsistent. Moving on. Touhou Ginso Wanderer Foresight announced for PC. Yet another Touhou game in the Touhou series. Let's see if there's anything here that grabs my attention. Nope. Looks like it might be a mobile game. It's just being ported. BXI announces a physical puzzle game called Fruit Mountain for PS4, 5, Switch, and PC. I misread all of that. Backside announces physics puzzle game Fruit Mountain for the PlayStation 4 and 5, the Switch and the PC. That's what I should have said. Of course, I don't have any way of doing a take two with my automated system to make clips, nor am I going to put the extra effort into it. I'm already spending extra effort making clips in the first place. No Rest for the Wicked launches in early access for PC on April 18th. With the most recent Pikmin game, Pikmin 4, I believe it was, it came out, I would have liked to see more of a Pikmin clone be made and released on Steam. It's been a long time since like Overlord 2 came out. That being said, maybe it's a case that the strategy game of controlling sub-minion characters really isn't popular enough to justify making spin-off of Pikmin games. Pikmin kind of does it as well as possible. Overlord does it pretty nicely in that it takes the cute friendly idea of Pikmin and twists it into a dark fantasy, well, dark comedy. I would like to see an Overlord 3, but I imagine it wouldn't be good, and I think they actually did make a game called Overlord 3 that did not play anything like the previous Overlord games, and so they kind of ruined the Overlord series at that point. And yeah, it's probably too complicated of a game to expect any small company to make. Meanwhile, companies that could make something like Overlord, like Microsoft, are not interested in making niche small games. They want to make big quadruple A games. Moving on. Hyperdimension Neptunia R Reboot Birth trilogy for Switch is coming to the West in 2024. There are no plans for a PS4 version. It's not Hyperdimension Neptunia R, it's Neptunia Rebirth. Semicolon birth. I guess the question, though, of this trilogy is that there must have been a PS4 version in Japan. And at a certain level, I'm not 100% sure. I'm certain that PlayStation isn't just fully giving up. Like, PlayStation really needs to have a PlayStation Direct to announce some new games coming from somebody. Otherwise, it does definitely feel like they are going far too silent after all the layoffs they've done. It at the very least makes it feel like they don't know what they're doing, or they don't really have a plan. Yeah. Digital only PlayStation version, PS4 versions are available in Japan, but not coming to the West as digital only PlayStation versions. Interesting. I guess Neptunia characters would fall into the category of probably being approaching the moe art style. Definitely kawaii art anime style. This probably is still moe, not chibi, though. Definitely not chibi. You can definitely tell the difference between chibi. Chibi characters have giant heads and barely any body at all. They look like little keychain dolls, for lack of a better description. Moving on. A collectathon platformer Yellow Taxi goes vroom for PC and launches in April. And those are going to be redundant articles that will get clips, but it kind of doesn't matter. So now let's go through the GameDeveloper.com articles. I think we probably have a decent amount of them, but we should be able to burn through them fairly quickly, and then we'll be done for today. Report: the Australian studio Taurus Games effectively shuts down after 30 years. Gambling fears get Balertro delisted after a ratings board mix-up. Indie Devo Keykin Interactive conducts staff layoffs. Horizon co-op game reportedly still in production following Sony layoffs. UK indie Radical Forge laying off a handful of workers. Helldivers has a god and his name is Joel. Toys for Bob is splitting off from Activision Blizzard and going indie. Firespite devs say culture of fear led to a staff exodus. There is a report that Gearbox may be leaving Embracer. Now this is a story that's probably worth following up on, in that there really hasn't been a follow-up on this. So either it's taking longer to negotiate everything, which some of these moves do feel like they take not enough time. It really does feel like if they were truly negotiating contracts and not just making handshake deals, that it would go back and forth, and they would have like a meeting on Friday, and then they'd get back to it and have another meeting on the next Friday, and it would just go on and on and on. And I could see how contract deals might be negotiated for months and months and months, particularly when you get lawyers involved who are getting paid by the hour. They'll just slow everything down. So if Gearbox really does leave Embracer, I would assume it's probably going to be on a handshake deal, a general agreement to an agreement, and then the fine print will probably get negotiated at a later time. But yeah, no news to update on this, and that in itself feels like news. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some wishful thinking going on, particularly in this report, in this headline. Report: Saber Interactive is splitting off from Embracer to continue the Knights of the Old Republic remake development. Think in contrast, this story has been confirmed, I'm pretty sure. Again, though, it seems like splitting off from Embracer and buying your own independence seems to be a tough thing to do. Let's see, particularly if you run the numbers here, and they're buying their independence for $500 million, but Embracer paid $525 million for them. So did they get $25 million worth of profit from Saber Interactive? Almost certainly not, because I imagine in between 2020 and 2024 they have not released any games at all, or added any value in any other way. Anyways, moving on. Update: Wildlife Studios is laying off 21% of its workforce. EA shutters Battlefield developer Ridgelight Games, torches Respawn's unannounced Star Wars shooter. Rockstar issues a return to office mandate in the name of productivity and security. EA will spend over $125 million laying off 5% of its workforce. Texas Chainsaw Massacre nets 5.6 million players as Black Tower takes over development. Black Desert Online nets €2 billion and 55 million players. Okay. And so one of the things that I've changed here is I'm going to have the end of show interstitial title show up at this spot after we're done with all the game developer.com articles, because that's how I'm doing things now, is I'm putting the news clips at the end, or feeling like they're at the end of the streams, but I'm then opening a bunch of other tabs that I'll deal with the next stream of all the new games that came out on Steam and fall list cleanup. Alright, well, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, and keep on watching. Thanks.